hand, whose ache had never left him over the decades. Yes, he'd sacrificed far worse than a comfortable bed and vaulted ceilings to accomplish his goals. Let the humans remain blind fools. Was that not the reason he'd come to live among them in the first place? "I hope your wait was not long," Mucian said as he stepped through the door. "Longer than I would prefer," said Daverick, the priest waiting with his back against the wall. He'd positioned himself facing the window, and Mucian had little doubt the man would have leaped through if he had felt himself in danger. "I had business to attend to first," Mucian said, walking past Daverick to the far wall. Lifting up a board from the floor, he reached down into a deep pit dug into the earth, then pulled out a cool glass bottle. He removed the cork and drank it straight, without glass or cup. "Were you successful?" Daverick asked. "I always am." Daverick smirked. "Come now. Even for one as skilled as you, I find it hard to swallow that you yourself believe that. What of Grayson's first attempt to move into the city?" "Grayson's attempt," Mucian said, setting down the bottle. "Not mine." "And your other apprentice, Thren Felhorn? Would you consider him a success as well?" Mucian narrowed his eyes. "You had a reason to meet with me, priest, and I suggest you get to it before my mood sours." Daverick reached into his pocket, pulled out a bag tied with a red string, and tossed it to him. Mucian caught it in one hand and, with a twist of his fingers, removed the knot to glance inside. Rattling within the small pouch were over 24 gold coins. "This is a pittance of what I was promised," Mucian said. "It's all I can procure for now," Daverick said. "Everything else has gone to the guards to ensure they continue looking the other way when your wagons pass through our gates." "The guards are greedy, then. Many still hold out their hands, demanding coin so we may smuggle in your tiles." "My tiles?" asked Daverick. "They bear your symbol, not mine." Mucian took another drink, then pushed the cork back into the bottle. "My symbol," Mucian said, staring into Daverick's green eyes. "But your coin, your request. I am content to scrawl the symbol of the sun with chalk, to carve it with a knife, or even paint it with blood so all may know. But you insist on stone, and even tell my men where to place them. If you think me daft, Daverick, you should reconsider while you still have the chance. I'm fond of games, and it's clear you are playing one. But no one has ever turned against me and lived. I pray you remember that." Daverick pushed aside the curtain so he might look outside, then let it drop. "All I do for my God," he said. "I do not play games." Mucian couldn't help but laugh. "You are mistaken. The only thing the gods know are games. Just games, and we are their pieces. What do you know of gods?" Mucian took a step closer to the priest, and he held out his blackened, aching hand so the man might see its charred flesh. "I was marked by the goddess Celestia herself," Mucian said, his good mood from crushing the wolf guild leaving him. "I know more of the gods and their foolishness than you can possibly imagine. I do not care what Karak intends for this city. All I care is that the true city, the real world underneath, remains in my hands. I would have an empire that stretches from coast to coast, and not even a god will prevent that." "I seek to save the lives of hundreds of thousands," Daverick said. "No matter how important you think you are still nothing compared to the importance of what we do. Keep out of our affairs, and we will let you rule like the king you've always pretended to be." "Enjoy your battle for souls," Mucian said as the priest headed for the door. "I will remain here, lording over all that truly matters." Daverick opened the door, shook his head. "The things of men and kings turn to ash, held only by hands of bone," he said. Mucian lifted his blackened hand, and he smiled despite the burning anger in his chest. "Even a hand of ash and bone may still wear a ring of gold," he said. "Even a darkened hand may force a man to kneel. We are the dust, priest, swirling against the stones of time and the will of gods. To either we mean nothing, but to each other. To each other we rise and fall, shine and dim, build great kingdoms, and burn others to the ground. Nothing we do matters but what echoes on in the night, and I swear to you, I care not for my soul, but I do care for the echo." Mucian turned away, heading once more for his bottle. "The next time you say the name of a god in my presence, I will kill you," he said. "Pleasant dreams." He drank, and Davrik left him, and as the alcohol burned down his throat, he offered his own goodbye to the Wolf Guild. "Echo on into the night," he whispered, "remembered, and lost only to the echoes of others just as proud, just as meaningless." Chapter 12. Haern's shoulder had nearly recovered by the time the three of them walked into the town of Lean. It was a far more populous settlement than Trass, largely due to the modest docks built on the Rigon River. Many people walked about, their clothes simple and homespun, their faces tanned from working the fields, long days fishing in the boats, and sailing both up and downstream to sell their goods. Already feeling like he stuck out as an oddity due to his clothing, the blood on his shoulder and all over Thren's shirt did little to help. "You should be able to find suitable clothes here," Delicia said as they approached a large inn. She gestured to the river, where a couple ramshackle booths were selling food to the men, others replacement gear and clothing. "I'll smell like fish for weeks," Thren said. "Better than smelling like blood." Haern and Delicia stepped into the tavern, as Thren headed off to the meager market. Inside, a weathered man, much of the top of his head both bald and tanned, greeted them warmly. "2 rooms," Haern said, dropping coins atop the man's desk. "The other is for a friend," he added at the man's raised eyebrow. "Of course," he said. As Delicia put away their things in their room, Haern returned to the man up front, who was clearly wary. Given his hood and clothing, Haern couldn't blame him. "I'm looking for a paladin of Karak named Jorakai," he said. "We heard he was here." "Jorakai will be here tomorrow," the innkeeper said. "He comes every 6th day to give another lecture. You wanted to take a listen?" "Something like that." "He comes early, so don't go sleeping in." Haern bought a bit of bread left over from the morning, brought it back to their room, and shared it with Delicia. Thren returned not much later, wearing a white shirt with long sleeves. He tossed his old bloody and torn shirt onto the floor beside their bed. "It'll suffice," he said. "You discover anything about Jorakai?" "Tomorrow," Haern said. Thren shrugged. "Good," he said. "I need a long sleep in a comfortable bed anyway." Come the next morning, the three of them joined the rest of the gathered crowd at the docks. It looked like much of the river work was put on hold, and Haern was surprised to see over 60 people there to listen to the Dark Paladin preach. They sat on blankets, many sharing food with their families. Staying near the back so they could quietly observe, Haern waited with his arms crossed. "Why must we listen?" asked Haern. "I've heard enough of Karak to last a lifetime." He winced at a half-forgotten memory. That of him lost in a strange room of Karak's temple, the great lion demanding his obedience. "Before we make a move on him, I want to take measure of the man," Thren said. "We'll learn plenty by how well he controls the crowd." A few more people came in late, taking seats around the outer ring, and not much later, Jorakai arrived, having been waiting in a nearby home. He was a tall man, his skin even more tanned than the people of the village. Much of his hair was shaved, but for a single stretch forming a long ponytail he tied behind his head. He wore the armor of his order, heavy plate mail stained black with a silver lion painted across his chest. Its mouth was open in a roar, its teeth bared, its claws raised to strike. Attached to his back in a loose sheath was an enormous two-handed blade. "Karak's peace be with you," he said, and his voice carried with ease. "And peace be with you," responded the crowd in kind. "Peace," Thren said, letting out a snort. "If you can call slavery peace, I guess." A few of the people on the outer ring heard him and glared his way, but he only smiled in return. "We live in exciting times," Jorakai continued, and he slowly paced before them, turning his head so he might address all parts of the crowd. "With the fall of the citadel, our world of Dezrel may finally see a glimmer of hope, see her people return to the true God, to the times of obedience, times of peace. Order. At last we have a chance for there to be order in all our lives." A few clapped, and others said amen to punctuate the paladin's sentences. "Such exciting times," Thren said, looking disgusted. "He tells this to fishermen and farmers. The most excitement they'll see in their lifetimes is a sick child, or a bandit raid. No wonder they'll cling to such a false story. To think I believed it'd be through weakness or desperation he converted the people. But instead it is merely boredom." "Perhaps it is all three," Haern said. "Keep your voices down," Delicia whispered to the two. "We stand out enough as it is." Haern glanced at her, saw the way her skin had paled. "Are you all right?" he asked her. She nodded, continuing to watch as Jorakai preached. "I know the weaknesses in your hearts," the dark paladin shouted, his voice bleeding with sincerity and anger. "I know those of you who lust after women, with hands you fail to control. I know you who let your tongues rule your minds, who will murder a man with your words far worse than my blade ever could. Worst of all, I know many of you doubt. Where is the lion, you ask? Where are his people, his faith, his power? But the sick branches must be burned so the healthy may live. The rotting hand must be cut to spare the arm. If you have doubt, now is the time to silence it. If you sin with your tongue, now is the time to remove it from your heads. Karak seeks grand gestures, not simple, cowardly steps to be undone mere days later." Jorakai was shouting now, his deep voice thundering over the crowd. "Who are you to give in to your own desires? What worth are we as pathetic, dying humans to demand our will over the will of the one who created us? When your eyes wander to the chest of a woman, not your wife, kneel to the lion and beg for forgiveness. When you spread lies about a man or woman, kneel to the lion and beg that he rip out your tongue. We are the creators of chaos, and if our world is to find order, if it is to have meaningful change, then that change must start with us, the faithful. It won't come from the unbelievers. It won't come from Asher and his doctrine of turning blind eyes to sin and opening his arms to all the failures and hypocrites of the land. Us, my friends. It comes from us. Sacrifice your will to the lion, sacrifice your desires, your pride, and know that Karak is Lord." Haern felt Delicia clutch his arm as she leaned against him, and he was surprised by the intense look in her eyes. "Karak would make them slaves," she said, and she shivered as a song of worship began. "I'm sorry, I can't listen to this." "Go," Haern said. "There's no reason for you to be here. Not for this." She took his hand, squeezed it, then left for their room. Haern watched her go for a moment, then brought his attention back to the crowd. The song they sang was a somber one. Yet the people seemed willing enough to cry it out at the top of their lungs. Jorakai maintained the chorus, his deep voice leading the others. "Pray to Karak," he said as the song dwindled down. "Pray to the lion, and sacrifice daily your weaknesses upon his blood altar. Deny yourselves, and be made strong. Give up your own childish rebellion, and be made whole. So is the word, so is the truth, and so is the way." The crowd murmured a conjoined amen, and then the sermon was over. "Before I forget," Jorakai shouted over them, apparently not finished, "I will not be here the next 6th, but the day after. My travels will take me to Yarsville, then to Arlet, and it will add an extra day on my return ride." That was it, then. Several came up to him, confessing private worries, others packing up their blankets and their children so they might begin their work on the river and in the fields. "What do you think?" Haern asked as the crowd began to disperse. "I think he's a man like any other," Thren said. "And like any other, we'll make him bleed, and we'll make him talk. He said he's traveling to Yarsville soon. Do you know where that is?" "Doesn't matter," Thren said. "He said he'll ride back from it, which means horses, which means he won't be on a boat. Go find Delicia. Tell her to get ready. When Jorakai rides out, we'll be waiting for him on the road." Yarsville was to the west of Lean, following a well-worn road through the fertile farmlands near the river. Trees were sparse, but the grass was tall, and Haern saw little point in trying to find a particularly clever ambush place. "He's one man," Haern had said. "Take out the horse, and he'll be ours. Don't need to leap from trees to pull that off." So they waited near the bottom of a hill, the tall grass keeping them hidden while elevation let them have clear sight of the road for over half a mile. Haern and Thren lurked on opposite sides of the road while Delicia sat next to Haern. "You don't need to be here," Haern told her as the day passed into night. "Yes, I do," she said. "Why? I know you don't want us doing this." Delicia kept her eyes on the road, refusing to look at him. "Turning my back to it doesn't change what it is you'll do. If my choices are hiding like a coward or staying to ensure your safety, then I'll stay." As it had been for the past week, the night was bright, with sparse clouds and a glittering field of stars accompanying the moon. They should have had no problem seeing Jorakai on his ride, nor hearing him, but it seemed he and his horse traveled in shadows, for he crested their slender hill without their having heard or spotted his approach. Haern startled at the sudden proximity, and he had no time to whistle out his signal to Thren. They'd meant to leap out simultaneously, cutting at the legs of the horse to bring it down, but with such speed, he wasn't sure he could manage. Sprinting through the grass, giving no thought to remaining hidden, he lunged and missed. Rolling along the ground, he watched as Thren leaped out farther ahead, and his strike was far better aimed. His short swords cut into the back tendons of the horse's rear right leg, and it let out a wail that was dreadful to hear. The horse continued ahead a few more steps out of sheer momentum, its right leg crumpling each time it tried to apply weight. Haern rose to his feet as Jorakai dismounted, gently tapping the beast on the neck as it whinnied in pain. "Nesme has long served me faithfully," the dark paladin said, drawing his sword over his back and holding it before him. "Whatever gold you thought to take from me, it will not be worth the suffering you'll endure at my hands for such insolence." Fire enveloped the enormous blade, black flames flickering with violet at its tips. "We're not here for gold," Thren said as he and Haern stepped away from each other, giving themselves space to fight, while Delicia remained in hiding. Slowly, they approached the paladin, spreading out even farther to ensure an attack on one meant he'd leave himself vulnerable to the other. Jorakai eyed the two of them, feet firmly planted where he was. The fire on his blade grew stronger with each passing moment, and it seemed the very light of the stars dimmed, their illumination drawn into the blade and snuffed out forever. Yet, despite the darkening of the world around him, Jorakai seemed to shine brighter, every curve and dent on his black plate mail vibrant, most of all the lion on his chest, which shimmered blue-violet. "If not gold, then what?" asked Jorakai. Despite the ambush, he didn't sound worried, just annoyed by their presence. "Revenge, perhaps. Have I killed someone you loved? Or are you some of Asher's more fanatical faithful? If you're seeking a martyr's death, I'll gladly give it to you if you think it will earn you a better seat for eternity." "Information," said Haern, taking several more careful steps so that he and his father were on opposite sides of the paladin. "Drop your blade and tell us what we need to know, and your death will be quick and painless." Jorakai grinned, a wolfish grin exposing his teeth. "I'm not the one dying here tonight." He lunged at Haern, the movement stunningly quick for one bedecked in plate mail. The great sword swung in a wide arc, aiming to cleave him in half at the waist. Haern twisted, bracing both his legs as he put his sabers in the way. He expected the blow to be strong. He'd fought people like Ghost, whose arms were like tree trunks. But when Jorakai's blade hit his own, he feared his life was at an end. His arms jarred toward his chest, the ground giving way beneath his feet as he skidded backward half a foot. A scream escaped his lips as he pushed against it, fighting the fire and steel that pressed for his waist. He felt no heat despite the proximity, instead a biting cold that stole his breath. At last he shoved the blade away, and when the paladin moved to swing again, Haern was already rolling, desperate to avoid another until he could recover. The block had lasted no longer than a second, yet it felt like an eternity. Sliding to a halt, he spun to watch as Thren assaulted Jorakai, his blades whirling. Jorakai took step after methodical step backward, holding his great sword by the hilt, as well as with a gauntleted hand midway up the sword. As if it were a staff, he shifted and turned his sword, batting away Thren's attempts to stab and cut. A few slipped past, but Haern had a feeling Jorakai was letting them, for they were weak and struck his plate mail, unable to find a crease, and lacking the strength of a mace or axe to punch through the armor. Armor wasn't Jorakai's only advantage. With his great reach and even greater strength, he appeared able to halt Thren's assault at any time. As Haern ran to join in, the paladin swung his sword in another wide arc. Thren dared not block, not after witnessing Haern's struggle, and instead, he dropped to his knees underneath, then rolled away as the great sword curled back around and stabbed deep into the earth where he'd been. Haern came crashing in while the sword was still embedded in the dirt, both feet slamming into the man's chest in an attempt to knock him away from his blade and leave him vulnerable. It felt like ramming feet first into a giant. Haern somersaulted off, his feet barely touching ground before he leaped in again, this time slashing toward Jorakai's exposed face with one blade, while thrusting for the gap at the armpit with the other. The paladin tore his blade free, chunks of dirt flying as he whipped it around, blocking both strikes, then continuing its turn to deter Thren's attempted charge from the other side, again beating him back. Still, they were together now, and Haern swung and stabbed, forcing Jorakai to turn his attention in his direction lest he be cut down. Jorakai continued to swing in long, wide arcs, his burning blade crackling as it cut through the air. Haern felt himself finally settling into a rhythm, knowing when the paladin would turn his way and therefore retreating, and when to come rushing back in while his father attacked from the opposite direction. They'd scored no hits yet, but Jorakai was clearly getting frustrated, constantly turning back and forth, sometimes blocking the attacks with his swords, sometimes using the armor on his elbow and arms. At last, Haern saw an opening. With Jorakai in mid-spin, his back was to him, and in that instant, Haern dropped to one knee, and as the burning blade cut above his head, he stabbed deep into the paladin's calf. Before he could suffer any retaliation, he danced away, ripping out the saber as he did. Blood flew, and by the scream Jorakai let out, Haern knew the fight was theirs. Rather than press the fight, he stayed back, lurking along with his father as they watched Jorakai lean most of his weight on his good leg. "What do you want from me?" he asked, taking a hobbling step forward. "What wisdom do you think I have that you can take by the sword?" Thren joined Haern's side, and shoulder to shoulder they prepared a charge. "Don't worry," Thren said. "You'll tell us soon enough." Together they rushed him, and as he was unable to properly brace himself, his sword carried only a shadow of its former strength. Haern put both his swords in the way, and as he blocked it, his left foot kicked out, ramming into the dark paladin's throat. Thren was left unblocked, and he took advantage of it, jamming one of his short swords into the knee of the man's good leg, while slipping the other through a crease at his side. Jorakai crumpled to the ground from the combination of their attacks, and when he hit, the sword fell from his hand. The fire surrounding it faded away, and it seemed the stars shone brighter for it. Thren was on top of him in a heartbeat, knees pressing on Jorokai's shoulders to pin his arms, his swords crossed beneath his chin, gently touching the skin of his neck. The paladin's breaths came ragged and uneven as he tried to recover from the blow. Haern paced before the two, pausing only to kick the great sword out of reach. "If you'd only surrendered, you'd have spared yourself the pain," Thren said, bent down so he could stare into Jorokai's eyes. Haern had hoped for surrender, maybe exhaustion or hopelessness in Jorokai's response. Instead, he heard laughter, and he knew they would need to earn their answers that night. Fingers touched his shoulder, and he turned to see Delicia there, withdrawing her hand to wrap both around her waist as she watched, her upper body hunched as if she were cold. "Give me one moment," she said, her red hair taking on a bluish tone in the moonlight. "I will not stop you, but I may at least reduce the torment he must suffer." Haern stepped out of her way and gestured for her to continue. Thren eyed her warily, but he said nothing as she knelt down above Jorokai, her hands lying flat on either side of his face. The paladin glared up at her, his smile momentarily fading. "What is this?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "A priestess of Asher come to join the fun?" She ignored him, and instead dipped her head and closed her eyes. Words of a prayer slipped from her lips, soft and indiscernible. Light glowed around her fingertips, then rolled over her hands and onto his face, as if it were made of liquid. It settled on his lips, waiting. And then when he breathed in, the light slipped between his lips and vanished down his throat. "I cannot make him speak," she said, rising to her feet. "But when he does, he may only speak the truth." She walked past them, and Haern reached out to take her hand. She let him, smiling faintly, then pulled away so she could return to the road. Haern watched her go, then brought his attention back to his father, who was gesturing for him to come nearer. "Your swords," he said. Haern hesitated, in irrational fear of a trap soaring through him, but he fought it down and then handed over one of his blades. Thren took it, flipped it around, and then jammed it through Jorokai's right palm. As the man screamed, Thren gestured again. "The other." He almost didn't give it to him. Almost. Now, with both of Jorokai's hands pinned to the ground, Thren rose to his feet, his own short swords twirling in his hands. "I want to make this perfectly clear," Thren told him. "You will suffer greatly tonight, though for how long is up to you. If you cooperate, it will only be minutes. If you don't, it will be hours." He smiled at Jorokai. "And if you piss me off, I will make it days. I know ways to hurt a man without killing him. Dozens, really. If I must, I will try every single one, break every bone, tear every muscle, stab your eyes, your lips, tear your genitals from your body with my bare hands. I'll do it all, do you understand?" Jorokai was laughing through it all, just laughing. "You damn fools," he said. "Nothing but damn fools." Thren smiled right back. "We'll see." He began his work, starting with dislocating fingers. Haern watched, a rock building in his stomach. He told himself this was a man who deserved no better, a servant of a dark god, but it mattered little as the man's screams grew louder. Those screams only paused when Thren would ram his elbow into the man's throat, constantly keeping his breathing ragged and uneven. "We need to get inside the stronghold," Thren told him when he paused for a moment to put away one of his swords. "The building must have a weakness, a secret entrance or a lapse in the patrols. I want to know when and where." Still laughing. Jorokai was still laughing. "You don't understand," he said, even as he struggled to breathe. "You won't break me. You'll never break me." Thren glanced over his shoulder, and his worried look was enough. Delicia's spell was supposed to keep him from lying. Did that mean Jorokai spoke the truth, or merely that he believed it to be true? "Most men claim they can't be broken," Thren said, taking his other sword and pressing it against Jorokai's left eye. "Most men are wrong." "I am the servant of the lion, the sharpened claw to rake the world," Jorokai said. "What you'll do to me? Do you think I have not undergone worse? In the pits of the stronghold we are made pure. There we are broken and remade strong. There is nothing you can do, nothing that will match the black fires that have seared my skin, and the teeth that shredded me down to the bone. Laughing, still laughing. You will never breach the stronghold, he said. It is built for war and guarded as if it were the greatest of treasures. Whatever you want in there, you won't get it. You hear me, you bastards? You won't get it. Thren ripped out his eye anyway, then tossed the orb over his shoulder so that it landed at Haern's feet. I think, he said, we have made a mistake. When Jorahkai's screams stopped, he resumed his mocking. The windows are barred, he said. The door's always guarded. There are no gates, no tunnels, nothing but that front entrance. Who is it you seek there, you fools? One of us? Or do you think you'll take our gold and jewels? Out went the other eye. Nothing for you, Jorahkai screamed. Nothing but a death far worse than mine. Go there, I beg of you. Go willingly into the hands of my brethren and their pits. What I suffered for weeks, you will suffer for decades. Thren abandoned his short sword, instead drawing a thin knife from his belt and beginning to work. After finishing with the face, he moved downward. He cut and thrust, opening up the man's belly so he could reach his hands inside. Jorahkai could no longer laugh, only scream as Thren shouted. You think I will suffer? He asked. You think I fear your pits and lions? Your home is a home like any other, and I will break into it. I will find the man within who has toyed with my life and manipulated me like a pawn in his fucking game. Haern put his hand on his father's shoulder. Enough, he said. Let him die. Jorahkai's face had turned pale, and Haern knew he'd pass out soon enough from the pain. His empty eye sockets looked up to the stars, and the sight of them reminded Haern of the widow's victims from months before. To find him party to one doing the same filled him with unease. He deserves worse, Thren said, refusing to look back at him. It doesn't matter if he does. We'll gain nothing from him. Let him die. Thren stood, his hands slick with blood, so red they seemed to glow in the night. If you want him dead, then you kill him, he said. Otherwise, I want this bastard to suffer. However slim the connection, he is a part of what is happening in Veldaren, and we need to send a message. What message? Haern asked. Who will know of his death? Who will see it? This is for your own enjoyment, nothing else, so don't lie to me nor to yourself. Thren froze, his eyes meeting Haern's, and they were filled with fire. Haern felt a tingle travel down his spine, and more than anything, he wished to have his swords in his hands. You, of all people, are the last allowed to say that to me, he said, his voice dropping, his words shaking with intensity. Not you. Not a man who is a living lie. Deep down, past the cloak and the hood and all your protective shadows, I know the monster you truly are. Never again, you understand? Never dare tell me that again. No matter what this man says, we'll go to the stronghold, we'll break inside, and we'll find our prey. No building is impenetrable. Not to us. Now clean up your mess. With that, he walked away, leaving Haern alone with the dying man. Jorahkai was breathing slowly now, each one accompanied by a wheeze due to the damage of his throat. Haern put his foot on a wrist, then withdrew the blade stabbed through the palm. He stared down into those two bloodied caves that were now the paladin's eyes. Why did your god try to manipulate us? Haern asked him. Why would he work with the Sun Guild to help move them into Veldaren? Jorahkai's lips peeled back into a gruesome smile. Several teeth were missing from where Thren had pried them out with a knife. I cannot decide if you're deluded or merely stupid, he said, coughing and spitting blood to the side. I don't know who you are. I don't know where you're from. Whatever you think happened, Karak had nothing to do with it. No priest or paladin worthy of their title would aid the Sun Guild. Haern was again perplexed. How could that not be a lie? Luther had worked with Grayson in organizing the Sun Guild's initial arrival to Veldaren. So, unless they'd been lied to before, "The priest named Luther," Haern said. "Tell me where he is, and I'll give you mercy." The paladin let out a chuckle. "Mercy? Why should I want your mercy?" Haern knelt down, and he felt a shadow cross over his soul. "You may have my mercy," he said. "And if not, I will have Thren return so he may resume his work. Your choice." Jorahkai let out a sigh, and his entire body seemed to relax. "So be it," he said. "Luther is a disgrace, an insult to our order. We are holding him in the highest room of the stronghold as our prisoner." The words left him stunned. "Prisoner?" Haern asked. "Prisoner," Jorahkai said. "Are you satisfied?" "Disgraced. Prisoner." Suddenly, his earlier confusion clarified. What if the priests and paladins of Karak were in the dark when it came to Luther's actions? Given Jorahkai's reaction to the idea, it had a sort of logic to it. Did Luther hide his involvement for fear of retribution from his brethren? Or were his actions the reason for his imprisonment? Above all, what would cause a priest of Karak to risk so much that he'd hide his plan from his own order? Even more unsettled, Haern placed the tip of his sword against Jorahkai's throat. "Thank you," said the paladin. "Send me to my god. Let me find succor in his embrace." "I've seen the lion," Haern told him. "You'll find no succor. Not with him. Only fire." He thrust, twisted the sword, then pulled it free. The paladin bucked for a moment as he failed to draw breath, and Haern watched until the body fell still. He felt no pleasure, but no shame either, no guilt, just exhaustion. Yanking free his other blade, he held both out wide and looked up to the stars, to where he pictured Asher looking down upon him. "What we do? Is it madness?" he asked. "Is it wrong?" There was no answer, as he knew there wouldn't be. But deep down, the answer was obvious. It had taken both of them to handle a single paladin of Karak, and now they headed for their home, to where they were raised, trained, and sent out into the world to spread their order. What they did, it wasn't hopeless. It wasn't madness. It was suicide. "I do this for others, not myself," he insisted. "I do this to save those I love. I have to. Even my father. Somewhere in there he knows I am his son, and he's ready to die for me. It has to mean something. All of this. Luther, Thren, Delicia." There was no confirmation given to him, nothing but the blowing of a cold night wind across the blood on his blades. Chapter 13. Ghost didn't know where he was going, or even where he wanted to go, but he knew he had to keep moving. The pain was unbearable, his skin feeling as if it were constantly aflame. Not that he could see it, his eyes always watering from the pain. He tried brushing at his arms once, but that had only made the pain worse. So much worse. With each step he took, he cursed the damned wizard in yellow and the fire he'd bathed him in. He was walking down a street. That was the one thing Ghost knew for sure. His eyes were locked on the ground, watching himself as he took step after step. With each one, it felt harder to move, his feet growing in weight. His stomach was tight, and even the slightest movement of his legs sent waves of pain bouncing throughout his body, overwhelming him, preventing him from even knowing the source exactly. Was it his arms? His legs? His face? Did it even matter? At last, he could go no farther. He dropped to the ground, and at the impact he screamed. It must have been loud, for the scream made him feel better, if only momentarily. He rolled onto his back, and that helped a little. Lying there, he stared up at the night sky and wondered what the point of escaping the gentle touchers had been. They'd never hurt him. Not like this. Perhaps because they couldn't. Perhaps because this much pain, this much fire, meant he would soon die. Ghost closed his eyes. At that moment, death sounded like a fine alternative. "Mister, are you Oh, gods, mister, who did this to you? Despite the pain, Ghost cracked a smile and laughed. That bastard in yellow, he said, not bothering to open his eyes. He was dying, he was certain of it now. Better to fade away, to pass in his sleep, the waves of pain carrying him off to an ocean of fire or pearl or whatever it was eternity had waiting for him. Yellow? Asked another voice. I dunno. He looks. And then the voices faded, and he knew darkness, but not for long. Movement. Something lifting him, multiple hands on his arms and legs. He opened his eyes once, and he realized he was screaming again. It was odd, for he could not hear it, but he knew he was. He had to be. His lungs burned, his throat tense, his mouth open, and in the distance, he heard a sound that just maybe might be him. When he awoke, he lay on a bed and was dressed in a simple robe that felt like little more than a white sheet sewn together with 3 holes left at the top. His tongue felt swollen, his throat parched. Something was missing, he knew, and he felt afraid to move as he looked around, as if movement might awaken whatever was missing. And then he realized what it was. The pain was gone. Somehow it was gone. "Gods damn it all," Ghost said, and he sat up, taking in more of his surroundings. He was in a small room lacking any decorations, and the only furnishing beyond his bed was a chamber pot in the opposite corner. The walls appeared to be made of a pale stone, and above him was a small window with light streaming in. The place felt familiar, but it was still taking him time to figure out where. There were cobwebs in his mind, and a distorted feeling, like a reminder that a great amount of time had passed since he fell in the road. The daylight in the window alone helped confirm that. There were no signs of his clothes, and Ghost felt panic when he saw his weapons were missing as well. The panic ebbed when he realized how foolish it was to think whoever had kept him alive would suddenly wish to do him harm. Ebbed, but never vanished. So many times the gentle touchers had come with their bandages, sewing kits, and alcohol, fixing him up, allowing him to heal, all so they could start anew in a week's time, eager to try something different on his chained body. The window was tall and thin, and for all he knew, the door was barred from the outside. Ghost lay back onto the bed, and he took a deep breath. He'd delayed long enough, but now he had to look. He had to know. Pulling back the blankets, he looked to his exposed arms, and he winced at the river of scars, pale white veins that swirled into one another to mark the fire's damage. Casting aside the rest of the sheet, he saw his legs were no better. Forcing his dry mouth to swallow, he closed his eyes and touched his face with his fingers, feeling along the skin of his cheeks and forehead. Even there, he felt the subtle change, the mark of deep scars. "All over," he whispered, and he tried to decide how he felt. Truth be told, he didn't even know. His physical appearance was not something he cared much for beyond what he could convey to others, to manipulate or frighten with the size of his muscles or the contrast of the white paint across his face. But for the burns to have healed already, the pain gone and replaced by scars, gave him a clue as to where he might be. Who else could possibly have such skill? Gingerly, he swung his feet off the bed, stood, and then made his way to the door. Deep in his chest, he felt shame and embarrassment. Gods help him, how many times had he come there in desperate need of aid? "Keelan," he said, banging on the door. "Keelan, I'm awake." Twice more he had to knock before he heard movement from the other side. The door swung open, and a young priest stood in the hallway before him. Despite his best attempts to hide it, the boy was clearly disturbed by the sight of him. "I will fetch the high priest shortly," said the boy. "I was told to tell you to stay here when you awoke, while I go get him." "Then go fetch him." Ghost flung the door shut, then sat back down on his bed. He ran his hands along his arms, feeling the scars. More and more it felt like his body was awakening, and with it his scars were beginning to itch. He desperately hoped it would stay that way, just an itch, and not the searing pain he dimly remembered. Several minutes later the door opened and Haern stepped inside. "I must say, this is hardly how I wish to meet you again," said the priest. "I agree," Ghost said. He'd stood upon the old man's entrance, and now he felt unsure of what to do. By the abyss, he didn't even have real clothes, just the thin sheet. So he sat back down, looked to his hands. "How did I get here?" he asked. "2 nights ago, some men found you in the middle of the road on the way home from a night of drinking," Haern said, sitting on his knees in front of Ghost and reaching out to take his left arm and examine it. Slowly, the priest ran his fingers along the scars, and a faint glow shimmered across the fingertips. With their passing, the growing itch faded away. "They carried you here," he continued, switching to the right arm. "Well, carried might be generous. You're a large man, after all, so they more dragged than carried. They dumped you at the doors to our temple, waited until someone came for you, and then left." "I suppose I should be grateful." "Given the condition you were in, you should be glad they didn't leave you for dead," Haern said. "It wouldn't have taken much longer, I assure you." Ghost let out a sigh. "Forgive me." "And did you say 2 nights ago?" Haern nodded. "You've been in my care all the while. Asher's blessing has allowed me to keep you asleep through the pain and recovery." He turned Ghost's arm over, and he ran a finger over one of the deeper scars. "I'm sorry, Ghost. I did my best, but the burns were so terrible and covered so much of you. I could do nothing about the scars." "A mirror," Ghost said. "Do you have a mirror?" Haern met his gaze. "I'd suggest you wait a bit longer before that," he said. The answer did little to ease Ghost's mind. "If you insist," he said. "I do," Haern said, now moving to the legs. More blue-white light swelled on his fingers, barely perceptible. "Do you know who did this to you?" "Whoever they are," Ghost said. "It is of no business of yours." Haern stopped what he was doing, and he stood. "If you do not trust me, then so be it," he said. "You are healthy enough to leave this place. Go and do so with my blessing, but I have others who need my attention and should go to them instead." "Wait," Ghost said before he could go. "Please, forgive me. Just having you help me makes me feel ashamed. I will better control my tongue, I promise." Haern hesitated, then returned, standing before Ghost, and he put both his hands on Ghost's face. "I can do little to help the scars," he said, "but I will do what I can, at least for your face. This will hurt, but I trust you can handle a bit of pain." Ghost closed his eyes and waited for it to begin. Haern began whispering words of a prayer, and then he felt it, a sharp tingling, as if spiders were crawling across his face, each one with little hooks at the ends of their feet. The sensation increased, and he heard a ringing in his ears so loud it overwhelmed Haern's prayers. Sudden as it began, it ceased. Ghost opened his eyes, and the priest took a step back to observe his handiwork. "Better," he said. "I'm sorry, Ghost. This is the best that I can do." He reached into his pocket and produced a small circular looking-glass. Ghost accepted it and, refusing to show any reluctance, held it up before his eyes. The scars ran over every inch of his face, starting from the top of his head down to the base of his neck. The work of Haern's magic was evident, for the skin, while raised, was not discolored like the rest of his body. It still gave his entire face a sickly, distorted look, and he put away the glass, unwilling to look at it more. "My things," he said. "Where are my things?" "Just outside your door," Haern said. "Your clothes were burned beyond repair, but we purchased you replacements that should fit well enough. As for your swords, though, you will have to wait until you are ready to leave." "I'm ready now." "Are you sure you would not prefer something to eat first?" The rock in Ghost's stomach shifted, reminding him of just how long it had been since he ate or drank. But staying inside the temple was something Ghost just could not handle right now. "I'll swing by the market," he said. "Thank you for what you've done." "Of course," Haern said, though he did not step aside, instead leaning his weight against the door so that he blocked the way. He stayed there, arms crossed, examining Ghost. "The man who burned you," he said. "Were you trying to kill him?" This was it, of course, what the priest wanted. Ghost swallowed down an exasperated sigh. "Yes," he said, "I was." "Did you want to?" The question was so odd, and not what he expected. He opened his mouth to answer, then paused so he might think it over and answer truthfully. The priests had clearly done much for him. Was it really so much to ask in return to tell him the truth? "No," he said. "Then why? For money?" Ghost shook his head. "I do this because I must, priest. I owe someone my life and beyond. She saved me from the darkness, pulled me out. Killing is what I'm good at. It's what I'm best at. And if I must kill a few more times before I am free, then I will do so to repay my debt." Haern continued staring at him with his soft blue eyes, and then abruptly stepped aside. "If you feel you must, then so be it," he said. "Though if I were you, I'd ask myself if this woman has truly saved you from darkness, or merely pulled you from one and thrown you into another." "Stop it," Ghost said. "Stop judging me. Stop staring at me like you can see everything I am. You'd condemn me for killing? Then why save me, Haern? Why? If you knew the reason for my injuries. No one held a sword to your neck. No one forced you to heal these wounds." The songs Melody had sung when she was down there, her cries of faith. He remembered the few which spoke of Asher, of the anger and abandonment. Haern seemed nothing like the cowardly god Melody had decried, yet at the same time, he acted hypocritical, condemning him for his deeds, yet still healing him to do them once again. It left Ghost baffled and furious. "Listen well," Haern said. "If you wish to see the measure of a man, do not judge him by how he reacts to your successes. Judge him by how he reacts to your failures. Asher teaches us that if we see a man fall, we reach down our hand so they may take it and stand again." He gestured to the door. "Your clothes and swords await you," he said. "Go. Return to the lady who saved you. See the truth of whom you've sworn your life to, and how great your debt truly is." Haern left him, and he offered nothing else at his departure. Ghost stepped out the door, took his clothes, and dressed. They were simple enough, brown pants and a white shirt that was surprisingly too large. His boots had survived, though, and as he strapped them on last, he let out a deep breath. Ghost had always considered himself wise, never stubborn, never one to close his eyes to the brutal truth of the world. The priest's words left him disturbed, and there would be only one way to solve it. Out the door he went into the hallway. He found the same boy from earlier keeping watch, and when he asked, the boy pointed him toward the entrance. Ghost walked across the red carpet, his weight causing his boots to sink into it, leaving deep imprints after his passing. When he stepped into the main worship hall, he hooked to his left, and at the grand doors surrounded by pillars, a young priest waited, 2 swords in his arms. "Take them, though I pray you have no need of them," said the priest. "You'll be praying for a long time then," Ghost said, and he strode out of the temple, down the steps, and then hurried north to the Gemcroft family mansion. With his clothes new, and his face lacking any paint, he strode unworried up to the mansion's front gates and demanded the guards there deliver a message for him. "Don't see much reason why we should," said one of the guards, sniffing. "The choice is yours," said Ghost, "but I will come again, and again, until Melody knows. When she discovers a message she has waited for was delayed because of your laziness, tell me, how do you think she will react?" The 2 guards glanced at one another, and the one on the right shrugged. "Fine," he said. "What's your message?" "Tell her a ghost waits for her in the market." The left guard lifted an eyebrow. "That's it?" "That's it. She'll understand." With that, he walked away, toward the nearby market to wait. He searched his pockets, and sure enough, the coin Bill Trett had given him was still there. Pulling out the bag to scan within, he saw that they'd not even taken a single piece to cover the cost of the healing, or to replace his clothes. Shaking his head, he drew out a handful of coins, bought a meat pie from a portly man at a stall, and then found himself a vacant spot against a wall to eat. He wolfed the food down, each bite seemingly making him hungrier. His appetite was like a dormant beast, suddenly awakened. When finished, he returned to the stall, bought another, and finished it as fast as the first. Finally sated, he crossed his arms, leaned his head back against the wall, and watched the men and women as they passed. Envy built in his chest as the time dragged on, childish as it was. A woman browsed a nearby stand, bickering over the cost of apples, while her son tugged on her hand, crying against some surely horrible slight. Two skinny men passed by in front of him, each with a four-pointed star on their sleeves. They were laughing, one of them telling a story to the other. Young and old, those browsing, those hoping to steal, all able to live within the day. All in their own world, focused on primal needs like food and a warm place to sleep. Who of them could understand what it meant to be in darkness for years, stuck with needles and knives, bleeding, always bleeding? And then he saw the one woman who could understand. Melody Gemcroft casually drifted through the market, browsing with a slender bag on her left arm and a wide violet hat atop her head. She looked like any other well-to-do woman, and she smiled just as easily. For a moment, Ghost looked once more to the market, to those he had dismissed so quickly, and wondered how many others hid their pain and past as well as Melody hid hers. "It's a fine day to take in the sights, isn't it?" Ghost asked her as she walked past. She glanced his way, and he could tell she had something pleasant yet dismissive to say to him. The comment died when her eyes met his and she realized who he was. "No paint," he said. "I'm sure that made it more difficult." "Nor the hair on your face when I last saw you," she said, crossing her hands before her and smiling as if she'd just met a long-lost friend. "What you did was dangerous. Zusa suspects me already, and if she can use you to— My God, Ghost, what happened to your arms?" Ghost grinned at her, hardly surprised it took her so long to notice. "You sent me after a wizard who likes to play with fire," he said. "Did you not think I might get burned?" He'd thought she'd be gruff, uncaring of his wounds. So many men and women he'd done jobs for had been like that, viewing him as an expendable tool, a walking killing machine they fed with coins and forgot about when the job was done. Melody, however, grimaced with pain and took his hands in hers. "Your face, too," she said, looking up at him. "Forgive me, Ghost, I thought you could kill them with ease. Your reputation spoke so highly of you." "Consider me still working to remove the rust." He swallowed, and strangely enough he realized he was nervous. This was something he had little experience about. As a mercenary, he'd never before failed to kill a target once they'd been found. In truth, the Watcher had been the first. Now that he was to tell Melody, he felt anxious. But why? "Judge him by how he reacts to your failures." "Melody," he said, glancing about to make sure no one was close enough to overhear. "I'm sorry, but I cannot do this. The wizard is too powerful, and by all rights I should be dead. Even with surprise he defeated me, and now he will be prepared. I will help you with the others, but in this, I have failed you." Ghost did not know how she might react. Having others around in the market made it even harder to predict. But out of all his guesses, pity was the farthest from his mind. Yet she took a step closer and put a hand on his scarred face. "You poor thing," she said. Your time in the pit has left your soul broken, hasn't it? But I can look in your eyes and see buried in you a man who would never admit defeat. We must free him once again." Ghost frowned, confused. "I don't understand," he said. "You will. Follow me." She took his hand, and it surprised him further. She was a pale thing of white next to him, her hand dwarfed in the black of his own, and the looks they received were far from flattering. Melody leading the way, they left the market and traveled east, heading deep into the wealthiest parts of Veldaren. The traffic thinned out more and more until they were alone on the road, approaching a secluded area built close to the eastern section of the stone wall surrounding the city. Before what appeared to be nothing more than a dark mansion encircled by tall iron gates, Melody stopped, and she looked to either side to ensure no one watched. "I see through your illusions," she whispered, putting her hands on the gate. She beckoned he do the same, and still confused, Ghost obeyed. "I see through your illusions," he repeated. Immediately the house before him changed, and he let out a gasp. It was a towering building, just as large as the temple to Asher, yet it was built with black marble, and leading toward it across the grass was a walkway of obsidian. Rows of pillars lined the exterior. Carved lions roared from either side of the entrance, mouths open, teeth bared. The light of the day seemed denied to it, a shadow cast across the entirety of the building with no discernible source. "Welcome home," Melody said as the gate opened and she stepped inside. Ghost had never considered himself afraid of anything, and only that stubborn pride allowed him to follow without hesitation. Even through his boots, it felt as if the obsidian beneath his feet were warm, uncomfortably so. At the temple, the doors opened before their arrival, and an elderly man with gray hair and deep black robes stepped out, nodding his head in respect. "Lady Melody, you are most welcome as always," said the man. "May we know the name of your guest before we permit him entrance?" "I have none," Ghost said, before Melody could answer for him. "Mine was lost long ago." The priest looked him over carefully, then nodded. "Even the nameless may find comfort within our walls, if their hearts are true," he said. "Come. Do you wish to speak with Pellarak?" "With Davrik, actually," Melody said as they stepped through the doors. "Tell him I must meet with him in the Room of Purity." Ghost followed, and they passed through a cramped entranceway and into a grand worship hall. So much of it felt like a mirrored image of the temple to Asher. Yet when he entered the hall, he felt his breath catch in his throat. Towering over everyone was a statue lit by violet flames that put off no smoke. It was of Karak, he had no doubt, for who else could it be? The god was carved of stone, the likeness frightening in its lifelike pose, in the raw power conveyed by that raised fist defying the heavens. What looked like fresh blood stained the statue's greaves, and more dripped from the serrated sword Karak held. He looked beautiful, yet dangerous, powerful, and unrelenting. The very thought of standing in Karak's presence in the ancient times, when he supposedly walked the land, filled him with both wonder and terror. Melody slowly approached the statue, and the guide allowed it. On either side were many pews, and several younger men sat in them, lost in prayer. The sound was like nails scraping against his spine. How he wished they might sing a song like Melody sang instead. Bringing his attention back to her, he saw her kneeling before the statue, head bowed, a single hand lifted above her, timid as a child as she touched the very foot of the statue. It lingered there but a moment before she stood, and when she turned back to him, tears were in her eyes. "I am ready," she said. Several corridors led out from the grand hall, and through one of them they exited, the path slowly slanting downward. Ghost felt as if he were descending into the pit of the world, with their only light that of the purple torches that burned on either side, letting off no heat, no smoke, just a glow whose very presence filled him with unease.
Deeper and deeper they went, until they reached an abrupt stop at a door. Their guide opened it, revealing within a simple square room, its brick walls barren, its floor empty. Inside was an even deeper darkness, lit by 2 torches that burned at the center of the ceiling. Ghost nearly turned away and left. Entering that room was a bad idea, he knew it, but Melody was so peaceful and seemed so earnest to help him. Kaelin's challenge remained in his mind, and deep down, he wanted to know how this woman who had sung him to sleep for hundreds of nights would react to his failure. Melody stepped into the room as if oblivious to his hesitation, walking to the center before sitting on the bare floor.
"Daverick will join you soon enough,"
said their guide. With that, he left. Berating himself for his cowardice, Ghost stepped into the room, sitting opposite Melody. The floor was cold, and he kept his arms crossed over his chest to keep warm.
"Where are we?" he asked her.
"The Room of Purity," she said. "It is a special place within the temple. It's said Karak himself meditated here for days as he prepared for his holy war against his brother, and his tears have blessed the very stone with his power. Be careful what you say and do here, Ghost. We've left the realm of man. Veldaren's king has no power here, only the true king."
The door opened, and in stepped a bald man, his features sharp, his large lips pulling back into a smile as he offered Melody his hand so she might kiss it. Following him into the room was a startling sight, a woman dressed similar to Zusa, only her face was fully covered but for an open slit across her eyes, and even that had a thin strip of white cloth to hide her features. She was taller than Zusa, too, and moved with an easy grace, her hands always close by the hilts of her daggers belted to her waist. Ghost figured the man to be Daverick, though he could only guess as to the strangely dressed woman.
"Welcome to this sacred place,"
Daverick said, turning to Ghost.
"Melody has told me of your purpose. You are Luther's executioner."
"I suppose," said Ghost, hiding his confusion. Luther? Who was this Luther? And Zusa, the Eschaton, the Watcher. Were these people Luther wanted dead, and not Melody?
"But he has failed," Melody said, rising to her feet. "He tells me the wizard's power is greater than his own."
"Is this true?" Daverick asked. Ghost almost denied it. He could try again, find new ways to surprise Tarlak Eschaton and his oafish friend. But Kaelin's wisdom kept echoing in his mind, and despite his fear, despite the chill of the floor beneath him and the cold wind that somehow blew softly from the corners of the sealed room, he vowed to continue to the bitter end.
"It is true,"
he said.
"I suppose I should not be surprised," Daverick said. "And the Watcher defeated you years ago as well, did he not?"
"He did," Ghost said, and the words were ash on his tongue. Daverick paced before him, hands behind his back. He looked lost in thought, puzzling over something.
"What will you do, now that you have abandoned your task?" he asked him.
"If I am of no more use, I would travel west," Ghost said, "find a life for myself somewhere, in a place where I no longer must wear paint on my face."
Daverick ceased his pacing.
"Your life was sworn to Karak," he said, "and such vows can never be escaped."
He opened his hand, and suddenly it felt like every bone in Ghost's body weighed 1,000 stone. Trying to draw his swords was like lifting a boulder with a lone finger. He collapsed onto his back, gasping for air. The very act of lifting his chest was a burden. The muscles in his neck and arms bulged as he tried to stand, to fight against whatever foul magic was upon him, but he could not pull his body from the stone. Above him, Daverick resumed his pacing.
"There are too many like you in this world," he said, "willing to abandon everything at the first struggle, willing to sacrifice vows, beliefs, anything and everything sacred and blessed to avoid risks, to shed no blood, to give up nothing of meaning. But you are too powerful to be so weak, Ghost. There is a brilliant soul within you, aching for meaning, for purpose, and I will free it for you.
Daverick leaned down so they might stare eye to eye. Ghost struggled, wanting to do nothing more than strike the man across the face, but he was helpless.
I will make you serve, the priest whispered. I will grant you power untold, and a responsibility to use it that matches such power. And when you taste victory, when you hear the lion whisper to you, "Well done, my son," then you will thank me for what I am about to do.
He stepped away, and Ghost stared up at the ceiling. Above him were the two torches, and he realized now that there was more to the ceiling. Faint white lines were drawn across it, forming a powerful feline shape. The torches were the eyes of the lion, and they burned down at him, and it was at them he stared until Daverick's hand settled upon his face. Even through the fingers, he still saw the eyes burning.
"Karak, my God, hear me," said the priest. "Here in your presence, I present to you my offering."
The fire grew, and in the far distance Ghost heard the roar of a lion. The sound sent a chill throughout his body, and more than ever, he wished he could move, wished he could scream. Beside him, he heard Melody praying, her beautiful voice no longer a comfort, her song just as terrifying as the low growl that came from behind his head. All sense of time left him, and it seemed Melody's prayers became an unending chorus, punctuated only by Daverick's demands for order, for retribution. Brighter and brighter the fire burned, the lion above him closer, angrier. Many times he heard it roar, and within its mouth he saw the reaches of eternity.
"Say your name."
He didn't know who asked him, didn't know from where the sound came. The voice was deep and cold. Its rumblings pulled him from his dream sleep, reawakening an awareness of the floor beneath him, the torches above, the touch of Daverick's hand against his face, and how hoarse Melody's voice had grown from her singing.
"I don't know it,"
he answered, his own voice a whisper.
"Then what are you?"
What was he? What else could he be? After years in the dungeons, after a lifetime knowing only murder and payment?
"Ghost, as you are cold, then so shall you be."
The darkness swallowed him. The roar of the lion overwhelmed him. Only the twin torches remained, furious eyes burning violet. From Daverick's touch at his forehead, he felt electricity piercing him, traveling down his spine and into his arms and legs. He flailed, unable to fight the motions. Everything burned with pain, and when he opened his mouth to scream, he swore he saw smoke exhaling from his lungs. If his cry made a sound, it was pitiful and insignificant, the lion's roar easily drowning it out so it went unheard, at least by him. He wanted to pass out, begged for unconsciousness to take him. Yet it felt as if the pain would find him even there, overwhelming his dreams, piercing the unconscious veil.
"Your life is Karak's," he heard Daverick say, "and no matter the cost, you will repay your debt."
The hand vanished, and with it went the pain. Ghost let out a gasp, the sudden calm just as startling. His body felt his own now, and he stood with ease. Gradually, his sight returned to him, and he saw Daverick beside him in the center of the room, with Melody and the faceless woman safely by the door. All three appeared exhausted, Daverick in particular.
"What did you do to me?"
Ghost asked the priest.
"I give you the strength to complete your task,"
he said, and he sounded out of breath,
"as well as motivation to ensure you do not try to abandon your obligations."
"Obligations," said Ghost. "I suffer through that, and you think I'll keep up my obligations?" He drew one of his swords and took a step forward, but Daverick lifted his hand. It was a simple motion, like one might use to dismiss a child. Yet to Ghost, it was the hand of a god blasting him backward. He flew, his sword falling from his grip. As he fell back, he braced for hitting the wall. But then he was through the wall, and all he saw was darkness. Panic struck him in his chest, and he struggled to move, crawling forward as if he were in freezing water. With a gasp, he emerged back into the room, stepping out with clothes perfectly clean and free of the dirt and stone he knew he'd just been struggling through. He fell to his knees, relieved to be where his vision made sense, where his senses of touch and smell weren't overwhelmed with strange sensations.
"I don't believe it,"
he said, staring at the floor.
"As you are called, then so shall you be."
Ghost. It was no longer a name, no longer a disguise. Melody walked over, and slowly she knelt beside him and put a hand on his shoulder. The touch was strangely loving, and he looked to her, torn between asking for forgiveness and trying to rip out her throat before Daverick could react. She said nothing, only reached into his pocket and pulled out the container of paint she'd given him before. With a pop, she opened it, then held it out for him to take.
"Put it on," she said. "This is what you are, what you were always meant to be."
He took it from her, dipped a hand into the white. As he smeared it across his face, he swore it burned far worse than it ever had before. That done, he stood, retrieved his sword, and glared at Daverick.
"You tread dangerous ground," he told him. "In this age, we all walk in danger," Daverick said. "You no less than others."
He turned to Melody.
"Alisa's stubbornness will be our undoing. We have no more time to wait, Melody. Ghost, Deborah, the two of you will go and kill her protector. Once Zusa is dead, overthrowing Alisa will be a sure thing."
"I don't need his help," Deborah said, glaring at Ghost.
"She defeated all of you together," Daverick said. "Keep your pride to yourself. You'll need Ghost's help with this."
Ghost looked to his hands, covered with paint. His feeling in them was already fading. It was like a limb falling asleep, only across his entire body. Panic pounded in his heart, but he did his best to hide it.
"No,"
he said. Daverick crossed his arms, and despite Ghost's defiance, he seemed only amused. "No?" he asked.
"No,"
Ghost repeated.
"I won't do this. I am not your slave."
"I don't think you understand," Daverick said, taking a step closer. "But this will help. Speak it again. Tell me you refuse to kill those Melody instructed you to kill."
"I will not kill Zusa, nor the Watcher, nor the Eshitan," he said.
The moment the words were gone from his lips, he felt a pain stabbing him in the forehead. It was incredible, like a metal spike jamming through his skull and into his mind. Emotions flooded forth: panic, terror, anger, and helplessness. Again he dropped to his knees, and he let out a scream that this time echoed on and on in the cramped space.
"There is now a curse upon your body, Ghost,"
said the priest. "Should you fail at your task, it will take your life. You have no choice in this. If I were you, I'd control my thoughts.
Even the temptation to disobey will prove uncomfortable."
That was it then. His choice was made for him, all because he followed Melody down into the pit. He glared at her, wishing he could make her suffer for betraying his trust, but she only smiled back at him.
"Soon you'll know," she said. "Offer up yourself as sacrifice. There is such beauty in the surrender."
Ghost rose back to his feet, swearing a vow that made his head ache just by the thinking of it.
"I will never surrender. Not to you, not to anyone."
"Go," Daverick said.
"Both of you. Kill Zusa, so we may prepare the way."
Deborah cast him a foul look, then turned to leave. Ghost thought of making his way back through the tunnel, past the great statue of Karak, and decided anything would be better than that. Taking a deep breath, he leaped, his hands reaching for the sky. As he thought, The stone ceiling was nothing to him, and he rose and rose, dirt and rock passing across his eyes, and somehow he could see it, though he knew there was no light for him to see. At last, he tore up through the very street, not far from the iron gates. It was dark now, and he wondered just how long he had lain on the cold stone floor. Upon reaching the night air, he felt his ascension cease, and he hit the ground with a satisfying thud. Glancing east, he saw the telltale signs of the rising sun. All night, he wondered. What had felt like mere moments of agony, of having the spells branded upon him, had taken all day and night. Slowly he stood, staring at the temple, which was once more just a plain, well-crafted mansion. A plan forming in his mind, he waited until Deborah emerged from the mansion's door. She quickly saw him, and still frowning, she went to his side. "I'll have no need of you," she said, "but Daverick insists. Are you ready to kill for our God?" She didn't even wait for his answer, just turned and ran down the street. Ghost smiled, feeling the paint cracking on his face. "Yes," he lied, following her into the morning light. Chapter 14. King Edwin Vaylor had just blown out the last candle in his bedroom when he heard a man clear his throat. He froze, sudden fear paralyzing him where he stood. The little orange dot that was the candle wick slowly faded out, completing the darkness. "Who's there?" Edwin asked. His room was large, without windows, too easy for someone to climb in. All day and night, guards watched the doors to his room. No one should have been inside. Yet when a soft chuckle greeted his words, there was no doubt that someone was. "I've been curious to meet you," said the invader, ignoring the question. The voice came from his large four-poster bed, and when Edwin took a step back, the man shimmered into view. His ears were maimed, and he wore a long dark coat, his shirt and pants a pale gray. Both hands were resting easily on his lap as he sat on his bed. Edwin could not puzzle out where the light was coming from, for it just seemed that amid the darkness there was the elf, as if his very skin and coat glowed the softest of colors. "Scream and you'll die," said the elf, tapping his fingers on the hilts of his swords. Edwin almost did anyway, nearly shrieked for his guards to come and rescue him, but the elf's tone was so commanding, so certain of itself, that he kept his mouth shut. "Excellent. You're capable of behaving. That's a good sign, Edwin. If you continue this, then you might live through the coming months." "Who are you?" Edwin asked as the elf rose to his feet, still atop the bed. He seemed so thin, but what muscle was there looked corded and tight, a feline predator eager to pounce on its prey. "You should know, if your advisors are worth anything. Or if you would bother to listen to them if they are. I am Musian, the Dark Hand, come from Mordena, and you and I must have a few words. Between us, I would like there to be an understanding." Edwin felt a tremble work its way up and down his neck. "I do know," he said. "You came here from the west. Gerund assured me you would be no more a bother than any other of the guilds." Musian flashed him a smile. He was wrong. Off the bed he jumped, landing silently mere feet away from the king at the foot of the bed. He did not draw his swords, yet Edwin tensed anyway, expecting to die, or at least to suffer some sort of horrible injury. Despite it, he did not cry out for guards, and he felt ashamed at his own cowardice. What do you want from me?" Edwin asked, trying to muster up some kernel of bravery. Musian took another step, his smile fading away. It felt like he was being analyzed, dissected with his innards revealed, and the elf did not appear impressed with what he found. "You will continue to rule because I allow it," he said, "not because of your soldiers, and not through your birthright. The sun comes to Veldaren, and you will not interfere with its rise. At any time, I can kill you. Do you understand? If you fear death, then stay clear of my path. Tell your soldiers to look the other way when they see the four-pointed star. They are not to investigate killings done with my mark left upon them. They will charge us no tariffs to enter the city. They will investigate none of my merchandise. And your tax collectors will never see a single coin come from my pocket. Am I clear? Or must I carve it into your chest so you will remember? Edwin swallowed down what felt like a jagged stone in the back of his throat.
"I'll make sure my soldiers know," he said.
Mucian smiled. "Not so hard, is it? Obedience will come naturally, I assure you, just as it does for all humans. You were never meant to lead, only serve." He turned, leaped back onto the bed, and then continued to walk. Whatever light kept him visible faded away, and come the room's descent into total darkness, Edwin turned, ran toward the door, and beat his fists upon it as he screamed, "Guards!" The following morning, Guard Captain Antonio Copernus stood before the western wall of the castle, arms crossed over his chest as he glared at what he saw. Every few feet, forming a line that covered the entire wall's length, were stone tiles of the Sun Guild, each one bearing their four-pointed star. They'd been placed sometime during the night, dug into the hard earth, and then left for his guards to find come their morning patrols.
"What do you want us to do with them when we're done?"
asked one of his soldiers as he knelt before a tile, trying and failing to get a grip around it with his fingers. "Grab a shovel," Antonio said as 5 more guards showed up to help him with the removal, "and hurl them outside the city from the wall. May not mean much, but a symbolic victory is still a victory."
"In this case, I'm afraid it is neither,"
said Gerend Krold, coming around the corner. He looked exhausted, the smile on his face clearly forced. Time had not been kind to Gerend. His hair now fully gray, deep wrinkles under his eyes made worse by the scar that ran from his left eye to his ear. When he talked, he sounded painfully tired. "How so?" Antonio asked the king's advisor.
"Leave them,"
Gerend said, ignoring him and instead addressing the soldiers.
"Put your shovels down and leave them where they lie."
Antonio grabbed Gerend's arm and pulled him away from his men. "Care to tell me what's going on?" he asked.
"Unhand me, and I will."
Antonio let go, and he took a step back, mad at himself for losing his temper. "Forgive me," he said. "Now, please, tell me what reason justifies leaving such blatant disrespect for our liege in plain view of the castle."
"If you think this is my doing, you're wrong," Gerend said. "I bring orders from King Edwin himself. The Sun Guild's to be untouched."
Antonio felt as if he'd been slapped by a metal gauntlet. Untouched? What does that mean, untouched?
"It means exactly what it sounds like it means," Gerend said. "All markings of the Sun Guild remain where they are. No apprehending their members, no questioning their merchants, nothing."
"We're to let them have free reign of the city?" Antonio asked, stepping closer and lowering his voice. "Has the king gone mad?"
"Truthfully?"
"Yes, he has." Gerend rubbed his eyes, which were painfully red.
"I've been talking to him all night, Antonio, so whatever anger you have, you can stop directing it at me. I've never seen him this scared. Even Threnn Fellhorn didn't frighten him so badly as this Mucian bastard has."
"But you're asking me to tell my men not to do their jobs," Antonio insisted. "You're asking me to have them ignore their duties and allow petty crimes to—"
"You still don't get it,"
Gerend said, shaking his head.
"Petty crimes? A member of the Sun can stab one of your guards to death, and you're not to do a thing about it, Antonio. Have I made myself clear yet?"
Antonio fell silent. Gerend waited for him to respond, and when it was clear he wouldn't, he let out a sigh.
"Don't think of ignoring this edict either," he said. "My orders are very clear. Anyone who antagonizes the Sun Guild in any way and therefore puts the life of His Majesty at risk will be permanently banished from the city. Not that I expect those who are banished to get very far. Mucian doesn't seem like the sort of fellow to let interlopers off lightly."
Gerund, you can't let him do this, Antonil said. He stared him in the eye, hoping that somewhere in him was an honorable man who knew such conditions could not be allowed to pass. For the gods' sake, you're his adviser. He'll listen to you. And you're his protector. Yet Muzian slipped past your guards and patrols right into the king's very bedroom, Gerund said. If you'd done your job, I'd be able to do mine. But now the king is a frightened child, doing anything and everything he can to stay alive. My words mean nothing, as does your indignation. The Sun Guild owns Veldaren now, Antonil, and if you hope to remain part of its population, then start swallowing that fact down through any means necessary. With that, Gerund stormed away, mumbling to himself as he headed around the corner and back to the castle entrance. Antonil watched him go, ideas in his head slowly forming. "Sir?" asked one of the soldiers beside the castle, and Antonil turned to see that all of them had stopped their work, waiting for his orders. He saw their loyalty, knew their opinions of the king. If he asked them to disobey and march right through the gates of the abyss, they'd follow with a song on their lips. But he would not ask that of them. Yet. "Leave the tiles be," he said. "Resume your morning duties." They saluted, and he saluted back. That done, he knew he should gather together his captains and inform them of the king's unofficial edict, but there was something he had to do first. Unescorted, he walked down the street, leaving the castle far behind him. He saluted the soldiers he passed, did his best to hide the miserable feeling in his chest. All around him he saw his citizens, men, women, and children who relied on him to keep them safe. Except safe was the last thing they'd be unless they bent knee to a foreign elf instead of their own king. Damn you, Muzian, Antonil thought. Just you wait until the Watcher returns. Haern had come to him just before his departure from the city, letting him know things might grow a little more restless than usual while he was off doing whatever it was he planned on doing. Antonil knew not to ask where he went, only trusted the mysterious protector of Veldaren to be doing what needed to be done. Still, restless did not describe the upheaval taking place during the weeks of his absence. It wasn't chaos. It wasn't like the early days of the Thief War with mercenaries storming the streets, fighting the guilds in open warfare. It wasn't even like Lord Victor's initial attempts at cleaning up the city. Everything about it felt too insidious, too inevitable. Street by street he walked, seeing stone tiles proclaiming the territory of the Sun Guild, and he knew there was painfully little he could do about it. But he had to try, and that's why he arrived at Victor Kane's repurposed tavern and dipped his head in respect to the guards at the door. "I wish to speak with your master," he said. They did not have to ask who he was, his polished armor and royal tunic on his chest clearly labeling him as a servant of the king. One of the guards banged on the door, and when it opened, he spoke to the man within. "Sir Antonil wishes to speak with Victor," said the guard. The door shut, and moments later it opened completely, and a soldier gestured for Antonil to enter. He did, stepping into the dimly lit tavern, only now it served just Victor and his men. Many of the tables had been pushed aside, leaving a wide-open space before the bar. As Antonil walked in, he noticed bloodstains on the floor, and in nearly shocking amounts. He knew there'd been a battle inside it before, when Thren made a move to kill Victor, but that was months ago. Surely it should have been cleared up by now. "Welcome to my home," Victor said, sitting at one of the few remaining tables. He had 2 tall drinks before him, the glasses overflowing with foam, and he gestured for Antonil to take a seat. Antonil did so, and after hesitating, decided that despite the early hour, he really could go for a drink. "So, what brings you here?" Victor asked, his own drink going untouched. "Insanity," Antonil said, thudding his glass back down onto the wooden table. "Insanity brings me here. Insanity in my king, insanity in his advisors, insanity in the streets, the guilds, everywhere. The whole damn world's gone insane." "Since entering Veldaren, I've often wondered if I'm the only sane person left," Victor said, grinning. "That, or the only one insane enough to fight against the way the world is moving, Antonil said, but in the end, it doesn't matter. He glanced over his shoulder, to the man guarding the door. What I speak, no one but us must hear. Are we safe? Victor nodded. My men are loyal. Whatever you need to say it. Antonil took in a deep breath, drank a bit more from his glass, and then let it out. I'm here to commit treason, Victor. To his credit, Victor handled the news well enough. Go on, he said. Musian and his Sun Guild have gotten to the king, and he's given them complete immunity in all things. My guards aren't to touch them, aren't even to give them strange looks, no matter what crimes they commit.
I swear, this whole city's rotting beneath me, and no matter how hard I try, the wood keeps peeling, the stones keep cracking.
I won't let this happen. I won't sit back and watch my beloved city break. Not without a fight. Victor pushed aside his alcohol and leaned forward on his elbows. What are you telling me? He asked. There was no denying the eagerness in his voice, in the way his eyes shone. I can't fight Musian. Not openly, he said. But I have men who are loyal and access to the king's armory. If you'll stand against him, I will ensure you have soldiers and weapons for them to wield. Our nation has not fought a war in over a decade, but I feel this is the closest we will be in my lifetime. I have no intention of losing. Antonil stood. You marched into this city proclaiming to cast out the men hiding in the shadows. By Karak, you even swore to remove the shadows themselves. Well, the city's only darkened, Victor, and I need all the help I can get. Will you accept? Will you put your neck on the line where I cannot? Victor pushed aside his own chair as he stood. You are a rope thrown to a drowning man, he said. Give me soldiers, and I will save our city. I swear it upon my life and the honor of my family. Antonil could hardly believe the words he was saying, but it felt good. Terrifying, but good. When do you need my men? He asked. Victor scratched at his chin as he thought, his eyes staring into nowhere. Not yet, he said. I'll come to you when I am ready. There is one more ally we need, and with your promise, I feel I can at last win them to my side. We must be strong, and when we strike, it must be overwhelming. Right now, Musian views us as ants, insignificant to his plans, and we must keep him thinking as much. By the time he realizes his error, I pray we'll be hoisting his head on a pike over the walls of the castle. He offered his hand, and Antonil clasped it and shook. Good men like us, Antonil said. We are the only hope this city knows. This city doesn't want good men, said Victor. I've watched it chew up and spit out dozens of men who thought themselves good, who thought they might bring about change. We commit treason and plot death in the shadows. We're no longer good, but we're what this city needs. Harsh words, but Antonil could not deny them. May it be enough, he said, and with a salute, he exited the tavern and made his way back to the castle to inform the soldiers of the city that until further notice, the Sun Guild ruled the streets. Chapter 15. The hour was early when Zusa heard word of Victor's arrival at their gates. I can send him away, she told Elisa, who was lounging in a warm bath beside her. He will only come with the same promises as before, Elisa said, eyelids closed and head tilted back so her long red hair was fully submerged. Gods, I am tired of listening to it. I'm not sure there is a more stubborn man alive on the face of Desrel. Zusa sat at the edge of the tub, dressed in her elaborate dark wrappings, and she drummed her fingers atop the hilt of one of her 2 daggers. I can make him stay away forever, she said. He's stubborn, not dangerous, Elisa said, and she laughed. I merely meant to frighten him. Elisa turned her head to the side, and Zusa easily recognized it as the equivalent of a glare ever since her mistress lost her eyes. Is that so? Elisa asked. Zusa scratched at her neck. Maybe, she said. He is rather annoying. Elisa laughed again, and it warmed Zusa's heart to see her do so. They were in an extravagant washroom, full of mirrors, white walls, and gold-tinted frames, and the air was heavy with the scent of lilac. Elisa was nearly hidden by the steam. They'd heated the bath so hot, but it was one of the few things that could truly relax the lady in charge of the Gemcroft fortune. The door cracked open, and a female servant stepped in and bowed with her hands behind her back.
"Milady," she said, "Lord Victor refuses to leave the gates and insists I relay another message."
"What is it?" Elisa asked, her good humor replaced by annoyance.
"He says he must speak with you, and it is most urgent."
"He always insists that is the case,"
Zusa said. The servant woman blushed.
"Yes," she said, but this time he said to tell you that he has spoken with Antonio Copernicus, and that he has learned of matters most urgent to the well-being of the city, and of a potential ally."
It was clear the woman knew she was relaying information that was both private and dangerous, and she grew more nervous with every word. Elisa let out a sigh, and at her nod, Zusa rose from her seat at the tub and gestured for the woman to go.
"Bring him, and put him somewhere he can wait,"
Zusa said.
"Elisa must first dress appropriately for the meeting of a man of such high regard."
The servant curtsied again, then hurried out of the room. At the shutting of the door, Elisa rose from the tub.
"My towel,"
she said, holding her left arm out and waiting. Zusa retrieved one from a cabinet, then sat patiently as Elisa dried herself. She pondered over what Victor had come for this time, how it might change things.
"If Antonel has sworn to help Victor against the Sun Guild, it may only make matters worse," she told Elisa.
Elisa pulled the towel from her body and wrapped it about her head. That done, she reached out and waited for Zusa to take her hand and guide her from the tub. From there, Zusa led her from the room into the adjacent bedroom, where, atop the bed, the maidservants had already laid out her clothes for the day, a simple enough dress the color of grass. A younger girl waited patiently in the room to help, but Zusa dismissed her with a wave and began dressing Elisa herself.
"Museum's left us alone,"
Elisa said, and she sounded troubled.
"Compared to the other guilds, he's almost civilized." "You fool yourself if you think it will last," Zusa said, lacing up the back of the dress. "We will be next, I assure you."
"We don't have to fight him," Elisa said, and Zusa's deft fingers stopped their weaving.
"I fear I misheard you," she said.
"No, you didn't.
We don't need the Watcher's truce.
There was a time we merely endured the thief guilds, accepting their take as a part of doing business. Why not return to that? Museum may seek the same.
It was Thren who sought to unite them, to lift up the underworld as if it were a conquering army."
Zusa turned Elisa around so she might look upon her face. With Elisa's eyes unfeeling glass, there was nothing she could read in them, but there was no hiding the defeat she heard in the woman's voice, the tension in her neck, the exhaustion tugging at her lips.
"Now is not the time to surrender," she told her mistress. "You have been strong your whole life, and
I am tired of being strong," Elisa said. Water built around her eyes, dripping down in slender tracks.
"Look what being strong has cost me. I've lost my father. I've lost friends. My sight. It'll cost me you one day, I know it, and it will cost me my son. I cannot do this any more. If Victor wants to fight a war, I won't help him do it. I won't give him my hand just so he can lead me into more fire and bloodshed." Slowly, carefully, Zusa wrapped her arms around Elisa's neck and pulled her close. She said nothing, only held her as her mistress silently cried. "What about Nathaniel's future?"
Zusa asked after the moment passed, and she sensed Elisa's composure returning. Elisa stepped away, and she turned so Zusa might finish putting on the dress.
"It's the only thing I have left," she said. "And is that not something worth fighting for?"
Elisa crossed her arms, and Zusa wondered where the laughter had gone she'd seen only moments before. Where was the joy? Was the mantle of leadership truly so heavy? "What is it you want from me?" Elisa asked her. "Truly, what? Do you want to see me married? Do you want us to run from Veldaren, dragging Nathaniel with us so we might escape and leave the scum to pick apart our remains? Or do you want me to die fighting a war we cannot win, spilling blood as I have spilled it so many times before?" Zusa took Elisa's hand into hers, and she squeezed her fingers tight.
"I'd have you know, joy,"
she said.
"I'd have you feel safe. I'd see you smile again and give not a damn for what all others would think or do."
Elisa smiled at her, and it was so sad it broke her heart.
"My hope for that is gone," she said. "It left me the moment Stephen ripped the eyes from my face."
She gestured to her dress.
"Am I presentable?"
Zusa swallowed down a knot in her throat.
"Beautiful as always,"
she said.
"Good. We have left Victor waiting long enough."
She offered her hand, and Zusa took it and led her down the hall. After asking a servant for Victor's whereabouts, she found him waiting in the garden behind the mansion, nestled between the long east and west wings of the building. He sat on a cracked marble bench, chin resting on his fist, as his eyes stared far into nowhere. As usual, he looked prepared for war instead of a casual conversation. When he noticed their arrival, he bolted to his feet, then bowed low. "Lady Elisa, Zusa," he said, addressing each in turn, "thank you for agreeing to visit with me on this fine morning."
"Better sense would have had me send you away,"
said Elisa as she sat next to him on the bench. Zusa remained standing, lurking behind the bench with her fingers tapping the sides of her daggers. With each passing day, her trust of Victor had shrunk. It was more than just his stubborn display the last time he'd spoken with Elisa, at how he'd laid his hands upon her. There was a hunger in his eyes, a desperation that belied his handsome smile. The morning sun might have lit up his blonde hair like spun gold, but to her eyes, he was the rotting corpse of a beggar with outstretched hands. "Better sense," said Victor, leaning back and feigning being relaxed. "Now, when have either of us been known to be well in supply of that?"
"I'm not here for idle banter," Elisa said, not bothering to hide her annoyance. "You're lucky to be in my presence after your last visit, so make this quick. You said you brought word from the guard captain?"
"What is it, and how could it possibly change any answer I've given you before?" Zusa slowly paced behind them, only half listening to Victor as he began making promises of Antoneel's aid. It was intriguing, of course, but she doubted it would influence Elisa's decision. Victor wanted her hand in marriage, and it'd take more than some extra soldiers and illicit coin to win that. Her eyes were on the garden, the soft violet columbines and pink roses buzzing with the occasional insect. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. It was like a familiar presence in the back of her mind, no stronger than the buzz of the honeybees flitting from flower to flower. Again she scanned the garden, searching for the source. It was as if the more primitive part of her mind had spotted and recognized something she did not. Somewhere lurking in the rosemary bushes, hiding behind one of the slender birch trees, perhaps? Or... She looked to the rooftop of the mansion overlooking the garden, and there she saw it. The crouched specter of a faceless woman, the only one Zusa knew to still be alive. "Deborah," she whispered, and she felt ice chill in her veins. Deborah leaped from the rooftop, and Zusa could tell she knew she'd been spotted. Drawing her daggers, she took a step, meaning to fling herself between Elisa and the faceless, only to realize as the woman's trajectory neared that her mistress was not the target. She was. Zusa backflipped away as Deborah slammed into the dirt, the impact seeming to have no effect on her body. Her pale cloak settled about her shoulders as she crouched there, daggers in hand. "You've insulted us long enough," Deborah said as the tall woman rose to her full height. "Today you will go to Karak, and you will find no mercy in his fire." "What is the meaning of this?" Victor asked, leaping from the bench and drawing his sword. "Stay back," Zusa said, the muscles in her legs tensing. "You have no place in this fight." "Zusa?" Elisa asked, and she clutched Victor's wrist in alarm. "Zusa, what's going on?" She had no time to answer, for Deborah launched herself into an attack, her body turning in midair to add strength to her downward slashes. Zusa blocked one of the strokes as she fell back, the other coming up short so that it knifed the air before her chest. Instead of taking the opening before her, Zusa continued to retreat, wanting to gain space between them and Elisa. Besides, she sensed if the fight remained near, that idiot Victor would try to get himself involved. Legs pumping, she leaped once, and then again, soaring through the garden so that her toes brushed the tops of the birches. The air whipping the cloak about her body, she turned to see Deborah following, the pull of the world meaningless to her as well. As she fell toward another tree, she braced her legs, and upon slamming into its trunk halfway up its length, she kicked off, flying back into the air. Her body extended, her daggers reaching out, and with Deborah still falling, she should have been easy prey. "Karak!" Deborah shrieked, and the word was like a thunderbolt. Zeus's upward momentum halted, and she screamed as she felt her bones rattle from the sudden shift. And then it was Deborah who slammed into her feet first, blasting her abdomen. Together they fell to the earth, the other woman's weight atop her, and she knew upon landing she'd be crushed. Letting go of the dagger in her left hand, she reached out to grab Deborah by the elbow and then pulled with all her might. The motion tilted her just enough so that when they hit the soft grass, it was side by side. Zeus's head struck dirt, and her vision blacked out as her stomach heaved its contents up and out her throat. Panic overwhelmed her as she crawled on her knees, still struggling to see. If Deborah had managed the landing better than she had, something hard struck the side of her face, and out of instinct she flung her other dagger in the way. The metal rang against metal, and as the scattershot stars in her vision gave way to sunlight, she caught sight of Deborah preparing another stab. Wishing she still had her other blade, she continued to retreat, twisting her body out of the way to avoid the thrust, and then parrying aside a second and third from Deborah's other hand. "Did you think I would come unprepared?" Deborah asked as they stepped onto a cobbled walkway running through the center of the garden, the faded violet stones cool beneath Zeus's feet. "The deciding hour approaches, and Karak has rewarded our faithfulness above all others." "That's wonderful," said Zeus, spitting out a bit of bile that had collected in the back of her throat. "A shame you'll die anyway." Deborah stepped closer and closer, head tilted to one side, staring out through the thin white cloth covering the opened slit across her eyes. "Still in denial?" she said. "Still a fool." Again she rushed in, and Zeus twisted and danced side to side, parrying whatever she could not avoid. Back onto the grass they went, the march of their combat taking them toward a shallow pond near the heart of the garden. Surrounding it were 5 rowan trees, tall and thick with creamy white flowers. Zeus tried to retake control of the engagement to fight her way past Deborah, but the woman battled as if possessed, denying her any escape, her daggers always there. Closer and closer to the pond they went, and Zeus knew if she were forced into it, it'd hamper her ability to dodge, leaving her trapped. "You humiliated me when you escaped our dungeon," Deborah said, slashing out for Zeus's face. She knew it'd be blocked, but she wanted Zeus kept on the defensive, wanted her to feel overwhelmed. Again and again, slashes to the face and chest. Zeus forced to shift her weight side to side to brace accordingly. They were between 2 of the trees now, the pond so very near. "You humiliate yourself every day you wrap your face in that mask," Zeus said, her pride stirring in her chest. She was far more experienced than the whelp she faced, and even lacking a weapon, she should have been able to find victory. "You humiliate yourself every day you let Karak rule over you like a slave." Deborah's controlled demeanor broke for just a moment, and she stretched forward for a killing lunge. The overextension was all Zeus needed. Sidestepping the thrust, she trapped Deborah's wrist between her elbow and her side, and she kicked as hard as she could into the woman's armpit. She heard a pop from Deborah's shoulder, followed by a scream. Zeus let her go to block a desperate swipe, then flung herself into the offensive. Deborah was wounded now, her right arm pressed against her waist as she battled solely with her left. For Zeus, who needed no advantage, it was more than enough. "Every day," she shouted at Deborah, her own anger letting loose, her dagger a winding cobra always on the strike. "Every single day you humiliate yourself, slave, fool." Deborah had her back to the tree, unable to dodge, and letting out a wordless cry, Zeus thrust for Deborah's heart. But the shadows were deep beneath the yellow leaves, and instead of piercing flesh, her dagger thudded into the ashen bark, the faceless woman falling into the dark as if it were an open doorway. Zeus spun, knowing Deborah would reappear from another section of shadow nearby, one of the trees, or... From beneath the pond, Deborah emerged, water splashing out in all directions as she lifted into the air, rising as if she were a forgotten beast of the ocean deep. One arm she held against herself, the other stretched out to the side, both her legs dangling. Her wet hair rose as if she were amid a torrent of wind, her eyes shining a bright white from behind the cloth. Her mouth opened, and all her rage and fury came shrieking out in a single word. "Karak!" The noise pierced like the cry of an eagle, the very air shimmering from its force. Drops of water caught in its path turned to mist. Zeus crossed her arms and dug in her heels, but it meant nothing. The cry tore into her, ripping gashes into her wrappings, blood pouring down like rain. Her feet left the ground, but it was not for long. Her back slammed into a tree, stealing away her breath. After such a noise, she wondered why no guards had come to save her yet, to protect their lady of the house. Not that it would matter. No one would come in time to save her, not from the demon that landed just beyond the water's edge, a hungry dagger in her left hand. "If only you had remained loyal," Deborah said as she stalked closer. "If only you could have accepted the gifts Karak had to offer. Your place in our order will never be forgotten, Zusa, but it will forever be tainted by your heresy." "Give it time, girl," Zusa said, laughing even as she slumped to the ground, convinced several of her ribs were broken due to how painful it was to breathe. She let out a sigh as she looked up at the faceless woman lurking above her. "Give it time. No animal ever truly loves its cage." Deborah grabbed Zusa by the hair, pulling her head back to fully expose her throat, the other readied a dagger. "May the fire take you," she said, and Zusa could do nothing to stop the fatal thrust, only laugh. Ghost remained atop the mansion as Deborah leaped off, hoping to overtake Zusa before the woman could realize the ambush was upon her. Together, they'd climbed to the top after finding a gap in the patrols, though Ghost had more floated upward than climbed. He couldn't do it in open space, but while clutching something solid, he found he could will himself to rise or fall. As he watched Zusa and Deborah crash into each other, he laughed at the order the faceless woman had given him. "Stay out of my way, even if it looks like I may lose. I'd rather die than accept your help." "Only fair," Ghost muttered, as he watched the fight. "I think I'd rather die than help you in the first place." Even saying the words made his head ache with a steady throb. Closing his eyes, he focused on Zusa lying before him, her body bleeding from multiple wounds, and that seemed to make it go away. As he did, he heard sounds of alarm to his right. Opening his eyes, he ran along the rooftop to the corner, not a single step making a noise, and then peered down over the edge. Several soldiers were drawing their weapons and moving to join the fight. Ghost felt his face twitch at the sight of them. Letting them interfere would be dangerous, and given how even the fight between Zusa and Deborah appeared, the slightest aid could be enough. "I'm sorry," he said, leaping off the side. Swords drawn, he crashed down atop the rearmost soldier. Ghost felt no fear for his body, no danger at the great height from which he fell. His blade smashed through the man's armor and into the soft flesh beneath, slicing off one arm and shattering the collarbone of the other. Upon hitting ground, he did not stop, only continued on. As his head slipped beneath the dirt, he felt his vision shift, gaining a greater awareness of his surroundings. It was as if he could feel the vibrations of the soldiers above him, could see the great expanse of dirt and rock in all directions. When he pulled his swords to him, he saw their steel was immaculate, whatever blood that had stained them unable to pass through the ground. He moved without needing to run, merely by thinking of the direction and willing himself to be there. It wasn't far, and when there he jumped. The physical action may not have been necessary, but it felt natural, and he emerged from the ground before the remaining soldiers, head bowed, swords out, and a smile on his face. Their fear at the sight of him was overwhelming, and to his otherworldly senses it smelled like a fine perfume. "Fall back!" the foremost man shouted before Ghost took off his head. The other two impressed him with their bravery, ignoring the command and instead slashing out at Ghost with their swords. Ghost blocked them both, pushing aside their strokes as if they were children. Another step, closing the distance, and they were his, their weapons positioned awkwardly, given his new proximity. One stab through the throat killed the first. A looping slash cut the other across the belly just beneath his breastplate. As he fell, innards tumbling, Ghost showed him mercy and opened his throat as well. More would be coming, he knew, which meant Deborah needed to end her fight soon. Running back to the garden, he watched the women battle in midair, smashing into one another. As they fell, Ghost felt himself cheering for Zusa. Had he not promised to kill her last? But no. His opinion was now irrelevant. He felt the curse pulsing in the veins of his face and neck, boring deep into his muscles, or whatever it was his body now had. When Zusa slammed hard to the ground, seeing it filled him with a sensation almost sexual in its pleasure. Yet deep down in his chest, Ghost felt only rage and sickness. Sword still drawn, he flew across the grass of the garden, doing his best not to think, not to breathe. He embraced that rage, clung to it like a shelter in a thunderstorm. It pushed aside his doubt, denied the curse, pounding angrily in his veins. Focus only on the act, on the betrayal they'd committed. "I am not yours," thought Ghost as he came barreling in toward Deborah, who knelt triumphantly over Zusa. "Not your puppet, not your slave." He leaped, legs extended, and slammed straight into her chest with his feet. The woman let out a startled cry, rolling along the ground several times before she could skid to a halt. The faceless woman glared at him from behind the white cloth of her face, her legs crooked beneath her like a spider, much of her weight supported on one hand, still clutching the grass from halting her roll. "I should have known as much," Deborah said, and she coughed. Dark blood spread across the wrappings of her face around her mouth. "Indeed you should have," Ghost said, fighting to concentrate. Zusa lay beside him, and it felt like every part of his mind was screaming at him to finish her, to drive a blade through her eye and out the back of her skull. Instead, he grinned at Deborah and remembered the hours he'd lain on a cold floor while above him roared the phantom image of the lion. The woman's eyes narrowed, and when she attacked, Ghost was ready. Instead of meeting her head-on, he leaped backward, arms crossed over his chest. His body passed through the tree Zusa leaned against, and he felt a chill spike up his right leg as it brushed Zusa's body. Pushing it out of mind, he jumped as high as his legs would let him, which was much, much higher than it had ever been prior to becoming whatever Daverick had made him. He soared through the branches, felt the moisture of the leaves as they slid through his face, and then was falling. Deborah had hesitated upon his disappearance, and when she looked up, he realized she had deciphered his maneuver. "Harak!" she shrieked, waves of power rolling across him, knifing into his exposed skin. For a moment he hovered there in the air, his fall countered by the shriek, and then he landed, his blood splashing all across the grass. Deborah was on him in a heartbeat, slicing and stabbing with her daggers. Ghost blocked the first two, the third sneaking through as he struggled to regain his sense of balance and vision. As he felt pain from her blade cutting into his forearm and saw the blood spill, he confirmed that blades could still hurt him, at least when he was in the open instead of shifting through walls or the rocky ground. Good to know, he thought, though that knowledge would benefit him for only moments more. Deborah pressed the attack, and it took all his skill to keep her at bay. At least the ache from the curse had subsided. Battle was a wonderful medicine, and he much preferred the pain from the cuts of blades over the insidious pulse deep in the center of his being. Into the dirt Ghost dropped, and when he re-emerged behind Deborah, she had already turned, blocking his slashes. She lunged toward him, her daggers a flurry of steel, and he blocked them with growing confidence. Her skill was great, but damn it, prior to fighting the Watcher, he'd never even considered someone could be greater than he, and it was time he remembered that. Parrying aside one thrust, he stole the offensive, his feet a blur beneath him as he shifted closer and closer, giving her no break. Her defenses grew desperate. They both could tell, and then she inhaled deep. "Karak!" came the cry, only this time Ghost denied it with every piece of his soul. "No!" he screamed, swords crossed before him as the power rolled forth. "Not this time!" His swords opened, and he pushed aside the attack as if it were just another blade. He saw the fear in Deborah's eyes, that flash of doubt, and he knew the end had come. Into her chest his sword sank deep, and as the blood flowed, she looked up at him with a mixture of fury and confusion. "No one," she said as he pinned her to the dirt. "No one can resist." Ghost knelt down close, and he ripped off the wrappings that hid her face. "I just did," he said, kissing her forehead. "And I will again. My life is my own, precious. A shame you never felt the same about yours." To that she could say nothing, for her eyes had rolled back into her head, her movements merely the final twitchings of a dying body. Ghost pulled free his swords and looked about. All around him was a scene so bizarre he could only laugh. Dozens of soldiers had come in from outside the mansion, and they'd formed a circle around him and Deborah. How long had they been there, he wondered, watching their fight? He could only guess. It had taken a knife-edged focus to defeat Deborah, as well as keep all thoughts of Zusa from his mind. "I mean no harm," Ghost said to the soldiers about him. "I killed the invader. Or have you not noticed?" To the front pushed a man in fine silver armor, a yellow circle with wings upon the front of his tunic. "What is the meaning of this?" he asked, his own sword drawn. "This has nothing to do with you," Ghost said. He saw where Zusa lay against the tree. Elisa huddled over her, and then he pointed. "Only her," he said. A shadow crossed over the man's face. "Get out," he said. "With pleasure." Ghost dropped into the dirt. The last sound he heard before the earth swallowed him, that of the guard's gasps. Like some strange worm, Ghost swam through the ground, focusing on exiting the compound. As he did, he felt a sensation building in his stomach, and with each passing second it grew stronger. His speed slowed, and his otherworldly vision dimmed. For a panicked moment, he thought he'd be lost underground, forever entombed, as the powers Karak had given him diminished. And then the pain hit. It was like a lightning bolt through his mind, a crystal-tipped spear ramming into his gut. He felt like he needed to breathe, yet couldn't. Over and over he saw Zusa in his mind, lying there, her life ready to be taken by the faceless woman, yet he'd stopped it. He'd saved her, and now he heard a deep voice chanting as if from some great distance. "Betrayed." "No!" Ghost screamed, but it was only the whisper of a man long buried in a grave. "Betrayed." "I was never your servant," he said, clawing in an attempt to climb back to the surface. The pain heightened, and a multitude of colors swam across his vision. It was like razors cutting across his skin. His movement ceased, for he was unable to focus on anything, to move, to climb. A swirling vertigo overcame him, and he felt as if he were falling amid a great fire. Fight it. Ghost knew he had to fight it, but how? Only one thing had worked before, and so he tried it out of desperation. He thought of Tarlac, and of how he would sneak into the wizard's home. He filled his mind with images of the man's death by poison, razor wire, and blade. As the pounding in his skull faded, the thoughts grew soothing, his promises calming. Yes, he could kill the wizard, he told himself. The man was a nuisance, and his magic had left him horribly burned. Killing him was good. Killing him he could do. Over and over he swore, and desperately he tried to believe it. At last the voices were gone, his sight returned, and with a gasp he emerged from the ground in the open street just outside the Gemcroft mansion. Blood poured down from his body like rain, marking the place of his emergence. Ignoring the surprised cries of those around him, he ran, wanting to get as far away from a certain woman whose name he'd not dare think, as fast as he possibly could. Chapter 16. Marian smiled at Thren from the other side of the bed, her face glowing in the early morning light that streamed through the stained glass of their room. Their blankets were bunched around her waist, revealing her full breasts and even fuller belly. Thren put a hand atop her belly, feeling the movement of the little life within. "I say we name her Mary, after you," Thren said, his fingertips circling Marian's navel. "It seems a bit prideful," Marian said. "You're the one wanting a legacy, not me." Thren laughed. "Well then, what name would you prefer?" She shrugged. "Mary is fine. And if it's a boy?" He kissed her lips. "Aaron," he said, "after my father." "I didn't think you knew your father." Thren pressed his forehead to hers. "He's but a distant haze in my mind, but it doesn't matter. He was my father, and it is only right to respect him." Marian winced once, then rubbed her belly, a sign Thren had long deciphered as their child turning in the womb fast enough to make her uncomfortable. "Aaron it is," she said, staring down at her stomach as if she could see through the layers of skin and right into the face of the life yet to be born. Tiny little Aaron. Thren reached for her face, wishing to kiss her again, to feel her warmth against his body, but she was not there. He paused, confused, for he was in an empty bed. The room was dark. Whatever light had shone through the window moments ago was gone. Frowning, he slid naked off his bed and began to dress. When his breeches were tied, he strapped on his sword belt, then strode shirtless toward the door. Something, or someone, was outside his room. He knew it. Deep down he knew it, though the knowledge disturbed him. Where had Marian gone? Why had the day vanished so quickly? Had he fallen asleep again? He touched the doorknob, found it ice cold. His frown deepened. With how hot the summer had been, even nightfall shouldn't have cooled his house so well. Sensing a trap, he put one hand on the hilt of a short sword, then pushed open the door with the other. He rushed on through, meaning to attack whoever laid an ambush, but the scene was too bewildering for him to react beyond gaping. "Hello, Thren," said an older man, his hair gray, his skin starting to wrinkle. Around his neck was a silver chain decorated with the emblem of a lion, and it hung before his dark black robes. Instead of being inside his house's hallway, they stood in a plain field, with but a single tree in the distance. The sky was filled with stars, and slowly they moved across the horizon, as if locked in a dance that baffled his reeling mind. "Who?" Thren asked, trying to make sense of things. The grass was cold and wet beneath his feet, and when he looked behind him, there was no sign of the doorway he'd just entered. Only more fields stretching on for hundreds of miles, ending at a deep white fog. "Come, now," said the stranger. "You aren't as slow as this. Where you are, when you are, should be easy enough to decipher." When? What did he mean by... And then the past years came slamming into him. Marian's murder, Grayson's arrival in Veldaren, Randith's death at the hands of Haern. All of it. He remembered all of it, and in doing so he knew where he must be. "I'm dreaming," he said, "but no normal dream. Who are you who would dare enter a man's most private sanctuary?" "A desperate man," he said. "A man I believe you've come looking for. My name is Luther, and I am a priest of Karak." At the word Karak, it seemed the sky rumbled, and along the horizon he watched a red line pierce the hills, signifying the rising of a blood-colored sun. "Luther," said Thren, and the name felt heavy on his tongue.
"So, you've come where you think me vulnerable, is that true?"
"Would you kill me in my sleep, where I have but thoughts and dreams to defend myself?" Luther smiled, and it was strange, for he seemed so non-threatening, just an aging man in the crossroads between his middle years and the elderly stage beyond. He still had all his hair, but his smile looked tired, his eyes heavy with many, many years of struggle.
"I'm not here to harm you," he said. "Hard as it may be to believe, I'm here to help you."
"Help me." Thren swallowed, and he wished that the stars above him would vanish. He felt too exposed, a vulnerable speck atop 1,000 miles of grass. Deeper grew the red horizon, and with it he heard the sound of screams.
"Do you hear that?"
asked Luther, and he joined him in watching the sunrise.
"That sound is the wailing of those yet to die. But they will die. Their souls cry out in the void, for they know what comes for them. What I've tried to stop."
The leaves atop the lone tree turned yellow, then black, and as they began to fall, Thren heard the softest of snaps from each and every one. "Why are you here?" Thren asked.
"As I said, to help you. You seek to find me in the stronghold, and I would have words with you. You won't reach me, not through force, nor through stealth. The way is too well guarded, the paladins too skilled in battle for you to overcome them all."
He took a step closer, and with each step the world silently shook.
"But there is a way. The stronghold was built atop Ashur's fallen sanctuary, its very construction meant to blaspheme and insult. Because of that, there are many secret ways, gaps between the walls, and places where the new could not fully destroy the old."
"You mean to trick me," said Thren. "You'd have me walk into a trap." The stars twinkled out one by one, the red growing across the skyline, streaks of yellow starting to poke beyond the hills. The fog that had hidden the horizon began to fade, revealing rows of snow-crested mountains. And with the light shining upon them, they seemed to shimmer as if their tips were made of gold.
"I only seek to spare your life," said Luther. "I have need of you, if you would only trust me. On the northern wall of the stronghold, 20 paces in from the eastern corner, you will find a patch where the grass does not grow as deep. Dig to reveal the door. From there you must climb, always climb. Never once descend. You will not like what you find otherwise. Come the top, you will find a false wall, and beyond that you must follow the stairs to the highest floor of the stronghold. My room is there, and I wait for you within."
It seemed too easy, too good to be true. Thren pondered drawing his swords and stabbing the priest through the neck to see if dying in a dream meant dying in the waking world. But when he moved to do so, his swords were gone. Glancing back up, he saw Luther smiling at him and shaking his head as if Thren were a disobedient child.
"You have no choice in this," said the priest. "Come speak with me, Thren. Hear what I have to say."
"You continue to treat me as if I am your puppet," Thren said. "I will kill you for this, for everything you've done."
"Perhaps you will," said Luther. "But I forfeited my life long ago."
The wind picked up, the stabbing spears of light reaching from horizon to horizon. The lone tree in the distance died, its branches collapsing as the earth swallowed it whole. Amid the rising sun, Luther smiled, his body fading away as a terrible rumble overwhelmed it all.
"Oh, and Thren,"
shouted the priest to be heard over the noise.
"Come alone."
And then the dream world was gone, the light breaking everything, and it was only when he gasped in a waking breath that Thren realized it was from the steady opening of his eyes.
"I don't understand the need for secrecy," Haern said as the three of them traversed the thick wheat fields that grew around the stronghold. Thren led the way, with Delicia staying at Haern's side. "Who was the contact that gave you the way inside?" Thren kept his back to them, a barely visible specter in the deep night. "It was a contact," Thren said. "That's all you need to know." Delicia grabbed Haern's arm, slowing him down so he could brush his ear with her lips. "He's lying," she whispered. "Are you sure?" He glanced at her, saw her nod. Taking in a deep breath, Haern let it out with a sigh, and decided to press the issue later. The wheat in the fields was tall, but following Thren was easy enough. Several days before, he'd informed them of how he'd learned of a way inside, yet gave no more information beyond that. For all Haern knew, it'd be through another contact, a secret entrance, or a magical bird that would fly down and offer to carry them to the tallest tower in exchange for their souls. "There it is," Thren said, and he pointed. Casting aside his thoughts, Haern followed his father's outstretched hand, and then he saw it. The stronghold. Even at such a distance, over a mile away, it was an imposing building. In the moonlight, it was a thick, rectangular spire, its walls seeming to be of a black even purer than the darkness. From where they were, he could see faint dots of red and yellow, torches burning around the lower rings. If forced to guess how many floors the building had, Haern would venture at least 15. The entire structure had a proud feeling to it, a defiant fortress rising into the dark night sky. The only parts that looked simple and rustic were the stables attached to the side, wood pens covered by a thatched roof. "I hope your contact was trustworthy," Haern said as they quickened their pace. "I doubt the people inside will be too forgiving of trespassers." "Trustworthy as any other man in this world," Haern chuckled. "And by that, you mean not at all?" Thren glanced over his shoulder, then grinned. "Perhaps it's not a miracle you've survived as long as you have." They said nothing as they crossed the distance, pushing through what seemed like a never-ending field of wheat. Closer and closer loomed the stronghold, and as they neared, Haern better saw the slender windows outlined by the torches hanging just above, saw the crenellated top, the sharply curved supports along the bottom, making it seem almost as if the building itself were a long buried weapon wielded by men the size of mountains. "No wonder everyone thought we were mad to sneak inside," thought Haern. The structure itself was frighteningly imposing, and then there was the matter of the dangerous and skilled residents within. And apparently, their secret method for scaling those walls had come from a source Thren was either too embarrassed or mistrustful to reveal to him and Delicia. Not exactly something to inspire confidence in the heart, thought Haern. At last, the field came to an end, leaving a 100-yard stretch of smooth, short grass between them and the building. After pausing momentarily to ensure no patrols walked the area, Thren stepped out and gestured for them to follow. "Close enough," said Haern. "I'm not leaving this field until I know what I'm getting into." Thren turned about, a frown on his face and impatience in his blue eyes. "There's a hidden entrance," he said. "A tunnel dug beneath the grass we can use to climb near to the top. After that, we'll find Luther in the highest room of the stronghold. Will that suffice?" "How did you find out?" Haern asked. "A contact of Musian's. Now let's go." "You're lying," Delicia said, stepping out from the wheat. "And you should know better than to do so in my presence. What are you hiding, Thren?" Thren crossed his arms, and his frown deepened. "A dream," he said at last. Haern blinked. "A dream?" "Yes, a dream," Thren said. "Luther used a spell of some sort to come to me while we slept. He knew of our approach, and he claimed he wished for a meeting." Haern rubbed his eyes, tried to think. "A meeting?" he said. "Did he say why? And why not come to us?" Thren shrugged. "He's being held prisoner," he said. "At least, that is what he told me. Now, is that enough, or must I go alone?
"This is insane," Delicia said, turning to Haern to plead her case. "It's a trap of some sort. It has to be. Don't go in there, either of you. No good will come of it." "I'm going," Thren said, and it was clear there'd be no debate, not with him. "Question is, either of you willing to follow?" With that, he turned and sprinted toward the towering spire and the shadowed recesses that swelled around its base. Haern watched him, pulled from his thoughts only by Delicia taking his hand in hers. "You don't have to do this," she said. "Then why else have we come all this way?" he asked her. "I don't know," she said. "Because you thought it was the right thing to do, or that maybe you could salvage something good in your father. But I'm telling you, whatever you find in there will not be worth the risk. Please stay with me. For once, just this once, will you trust me?" Haern ran a hand through her fiery red hair, felt the strands slipping smoothly through his fingers. "I won't make him go alone," he said. "I won't abandon him now." "He's abandoned you your whole life," Delicia said, her voice a whisper, the words a serrated blade. "He's done nothing but leave you alone. Don't follow him, Haern. You won't find any answers in that horrible place." He kissed her forehead, and she let out a sigh. Reaching down his shirt, she pulled out the pendant of the golden mountain that had belonged to Senkei. Closing her eyes, she whispered a prayer over it. The metal shone briefly, a reassuring glow in the darkness, and then faded. "Should something go wrong," she said, "should you find yourself at your lowest, clutch it and say Asher's name, and the magic will release. It's the best I can do." "I won't need it," he said, slipping the pendant beneath his shirt. "I promise. Just wait here until I come back, and you'll see I'll be just fine." She squeezed his hand, he squeezed back, and then he was running. With each step, he wanted to look back, to see her, to find comfort in her presence in the fields, yet he refused. The stronghold was ahead, and on his knees his father dug, hands into the green earth. By the time Haern reached his side, he'd already uncovered a small set of wooden planks, which he pulled up one by one. "And to think I always believed dreams were worthless," said Thren, grinning up at Haern as he gestured to the circular tunnel leading deep underground. "We should be able to crawl through it just fine." "Sounds pleasant," said Haern, fighting another stolen glance to see if Delicia watched. Looking back to the tunnel, he shuddered. Years before, his father had taken him into the temple of Karak, seeking to cure him of his fledgling belief in Asher. Now here he was, following the same man into the fortress of Karak's paladins. He prayed he might escape as unscathed as he had from the temple. "Lead the way," Haern said, gesturing to the pit entrance. "Stay close," said Thren, falling to his stomach and beginning to crawl. "The way will be dark, and I would hate to lose you." With that, he vanished within, sliding and squirming over the dirt and into the harder stone. Taking in a deep breath, Haern looked to Delicia, who remained at the edge of the field of wheat. "I'll be fine," he whispered, blew her a kiss, and then dropped to his belly. Head first, he followed Thren into the darkness. The way was tight at first, but after 20 feet or so of crawling, it expanded so that his shoulders needn't be scrunched so tightly. The stone was wet and cold beneath his hands, the angle sharply downward for much of the way. The sound of his crawling seemed thunderous in the confined space, equally so the noise of Thren scraping along ahead of him. Haern felt his heartbeat beginning to increase, felt the early tickle of panic poking around the edges of his mind. He could see nothing, hear nothing but the sound of his breath, the rustling of his clothes, and the scrape of his sheaths against the stone. How long did the tunnel go? What if Thren had been lied to, and they'd soon be trapped down there forever? Every sliding step he took, he felt loose stones, and he told himself not to imagine what it'd be like if the tunnel caved in, trapping but not killing him. "Wait," said Thren, and his voice sounded like a roar in the silence. "What?" Haern whispered. He knew it was foolish whispering, given how deep beneath the earth they were, but he did so anyway. In that darkness, he felt painfully vulnerable, and it was a feeling he'd be glad to be rid of. Facing off against dozens of dark paladins felt preferable to another 20 minutes in that deep passageway. "I've found a gap just ahead," said Thren. "I can feel it with my hands. The tunnel shifted vertically, and just over the gap I can feel a sort of ladder. Climb carefully. I don't know how far down that tunnel goes. Will do, said Haern. He waited until he heard movement, then continued on ahead. Thren grunted. There was the sound of rocks clacking and falling against one another, and then silence. Haern made sure to check every movement carefully, sliding his hands along the stone before advancing. Sure enough, within another 10 feet, he felt his hand move right off the stone, feeling only open air. Pulling back, he felt for the exact edge, then slowly advanced toward it. Now closer, he reached out again, and the inability to see what he was reaching for, yet knowing he leaned out over an unknown pit, made his stomach twist and dance. When he touched a wall, followed by a steel rung just beneath it, he let out a sigh. "I'm just above," he heard Thren say. "Tell me when you're safely across." "I will." Haern grabbed the rung, braced himself, then extended his other hand. The weight pulled him over the chasm, and he felt himself hanging, feet on the edge, hands on the rung. By his guess, the pit beneath him was only a few feet wide, but being unable to see, he felt like it was 1,000. Another breath, and then he took a blind step. He dropped, pivoting along the rung so that he swung toward the wall of stone. He expected to find more rungs, but instead his feet hit smooth stone, and he dangled there, clutching the steel with both hands. He was on the bottom rung of a ladder, he realized, and if he planned on getting anywhere, he needed to stop panicking. It was just darkness, he told himself. Darkness was his friend. Something about the confined spaces messed with his mind, and again he wished he could see, if only the tiniest of light, so he could find his bearings. Planting a foot against the wall, he pushed off it as best he could and reached up for a second rung. He found it, and telling himself to not even think of letting his grip slip, he pulled himself up higher. A grunt, another kick, and he ascended again. The fourth time, he was able to put a knee on the rung, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you across?" he heard Thren ask from up above. "Yes," Haern said, pressing his forehead against one of the rungs, immensely comforted by its smooth, cold feel. "Yes, I'm on the ladder." "Good." He heard a rustle of movement, and Haern shifted so instead of his knee, his foot was on the bottom rung, and he was eager to begin his climb up through whatever unknown shaft they'd found themselves in. He reached up to grab another rung, then felt his heart leap into his throat as a hand clasped his wrist. "I'm sorry," said Thren. His father flung out Haern's wrist, and at the same time he felt a heavy weight crash against his right arm. Before he could even brace himself, another kick hit him in the face, then his left hand. Balance lost, he fell, still reaching for a rung. Twisting, reaching for the other side of the tunnel they'd come from, he scraped his fingernails against smooth stone, and then he was falling. Falling! So stung by the betrayal, so frightened of the unbreakable darkness, Haern never screamed as he plummeted into the unknown. Chapter 17. Luther sat in an uncomfortable wood chair, a book open before him and his back to the door, when he heard the faint metal click of the lock opening. He paused in the middle of turning a page, and as he held the coarse paper between his fingers, he let out a soft breath. "At last," he whispered. A dagger jammed through his left hand, resting atop the desk, spearing through his palm and pinning it to the wood. Into his mouth pressed a heavy cloth, gagging him as its wielder shoved his head backward, allowing a longer blade to push against his exposed throat. Luther let out a moan at the pain from both the stab wound and the awkward angle his neck was forced into. Above him he saw no one, just his drab ceiling. The cloth tasted of dirt and blood, and it built up a cough he had to struggle to suppress. "I know the power a man like you can wield," said his intruder. "The moment I hear anything that sounds remotely like a prayer or spell, I will cut open your throat and leave you to bleed all over your book. Am I understood? Say nothing, just blink twice." He did so, feeling remarkably calm despite what he knew was to happen. Carefully, he raised his free hand, allowing his intruder to take it, wrench it behind his back, and bind it to the chair. When that was done, the blade returned to his throat. "Remember, Not a single sound that makes me nervous. Out of his mouth came the cloth, and Luther gave a soft sigh.
Thren Fellhorn, he said, you've finally arrived.
To Luther's right was his bed, and sliding into view was an older man, clothed in plain colors and wearing a pale gray cloak. His hair was short and blond, his face marked by scars and age, yet his blue eyes still seemed to shine with life. He sat on the bed, sword still in hand.
"It seems I have," he said. "You've been playing dangerous games, priest."
Luther smiled despite the pain spreading up his hand from the dagger. With the blade still in him, the bleeding wasn't as bad as it could be, but even the slightest twitch of his fingers dramatically increased its agony.
"As have you," he said. "There are few with the skill and the audacity to come to the stronghold in search of prey."
He did his best to look over his shoulder at the door.
"I take it the guard posted there is dead?"
Thren twirled the sword in his hand.
"He is." "A shame. Mihir was a good man."
"He died a quick death, if that makes you feel better." Luther chuckled.
"Little can make me feel better, Thren. I fear my capacity for joy has been permanently ruined."
Thren ignored him, instead continuing to twirl the sword slowly, his fingers in masterful control of the leather and steel. He stared at Luther, analyzing him, judging him. "Why?" he asked. Luther shifted, trying to find a measure of comfort, given one hand was stabbed and bleeding and the other roughly tied behind his back.
"Such a large, vague question," he answered. "One my order has devoted a great many of its years to solving. Could you be more specific?"
"I'm in no mood for jokes or sarcasm, priest. You know who I am, which means you know why I'm here. You sent the Sun Guild into Veldaren with aims to kill me. I want to know why."
"Untie my hand and I will tell you," Luther said.
Thren tensed, the twirling of his sword halting. "I am no fool," he said.
"And neither am I. You are here, which means I am a dead man. But even if I could, I would make no move against you. I've been waiting for you, Thren. Waiting for you to do the impossible and to come to me, because, truth be told, I need you alive. Why else would I have come to you in a dream to show you the way?"
Thren looked undecided, and it was clearly an emotion he was unaccustomed to. Debating wordlessly with himself, at last he sat up from his bed, cut through the ropes holding Luther to the chair, and then sat back down on the bed. The dagger he left embedded. "There," he said. "Now talk. Why did you want to destroy my spider guild?"
"I had no animosity toward your guild in particular," Luther said. "I needed all of the guilds weakened so the Sun Guild might come in as I requested. You were the strongest of them, the one most likely to withstand their arrival. I expect you to be familiar with such a role by now, Thren. The tallest must first duck the swing of a reaper's scythe."
"And the widow?" Luther thought of what he'd known of Stephen Connington, and he shook his head sadly.
"A poor child with a horrific past," he said. "His mind was damaged beyond repair. I did my best to contain his more vile habits, to direct them to better uses, but over such distance my control was limited."
Thren stabbed his sword into the wood floor, put both his hands upon the hilt, and rested his lips against his knuckles. The man stared at him, his concentration frighteningly intense. "For what reason?" he asked at last. "What is your hope? The goal of your little game? Have Karak's followers decided to make a move on my city?"
"In a way, you are right," Luther said. "But not how you believe. The paladins and priesthood have nothing to do with my plans, Thren. I am very much alone, but for a trusted few."
"You can't expect me to believe that," Thren said. "You're a powerful priest of Karak, hidden in the top of the stronghold."
"Held prisoner atop the stronghold," Luther interrupted. "Or did you not notice the guard and locked door?"
"Something else I fail to understand. Why are you a prisoner here?" Luther thought over the past months, of his vague letters to Daverick, and his shadowed conversations using the Crisarium.
I presented ideas some might consider heretical,
he said at last. Thren stood, and he pointed his sword at Luther, the tip hovering less than an inch from his neck.
"You're lying," he said. "I may not bow to Karak, but I know enough about those who do. A heretic of Karak within the faithful? You'd have been sacrificed within hours. Yet here you are. I don't believe it."
Luther laughed.
"Then your mind is more closed than I thought. My faith has never wavered from my god, Thren, not once. They performed every test, subjected me to fire and spell, and always the outcome was the same. There is no denying my beliefs, and given my years serving the Lion, there are many who would defend my zeal. So here I am, locked in a room, a thorn in the priesthood's side that they cannot decide how to deal with. Perhaps in a few years they'll poison my food or send in a younger paladin with a blade. Perhaps they'll merely leave me here to wither away and die. In the end, it doesn't matter. The next few months are the ones that will decide the fate of our world, and I doubt I will live to see them."
The conversation was clearly not going where Thren had expected it, and after a moment of doubt he sat back down on the bed, sword across his lap.
"Enough cryptic talk," he said. "The fate of our world. I'll not hear such tales. Whatever you're doing, you thought it was the best for your god. You want Karak's presence strengthened in Veldaren somehow. Just admit it."
"I have betrayed my god, you damn fool," Luther said, his voice rising loud enough to spur Thren back to his feet. Knuckles smacked across his mouth, cutting open a lip, and as the blood dripped down, Luther laughed at how ridiculous it felt that the sting in his mouth momentarily hurt worse than the dagger still embedded in his hand.
"At least betrayed who he is now,"
Luther continued despite Thren's glare.
"My heresy was in suggesting that the God we know, the God we think we serve, is not the same God we first worshipped when he walked the lands centuries ago. My only wonder is if our God himself changed, or only our understanding of him, an understanding largely shaped by a single man, the first man, once known as the Evening Star. The only human crafted by the hands of both brother gods prior to the war that tore them apart. He is a wretched being who denies death's authority over him, a man who sows chaos while preaching order. Life is nothing to him. Humanity means nothing to him."
"His name?" asked Thren. "What is his name?" Luther felt a weight settle on his chest.
"He is known as the Prophet, the Beast of 1,000 Faces, the Voice of the Lion. His name is Velixar, and for the past year I have done all I can to protect our world from his coming wrath, even if it meant disobeying my order, even if it meant plotting in secret and bringing chaos and disorder to your city of Veldaren."
It was too much for Thren to take in, Luther could tell. The man stared at him, meeting his eyes as if to force the truth from him through sheer conviction. Luther met that stare unafraid. He felt no shame for what he'd done, and every word he spoke was the truth, for the first time confessed by his lips to anyone other than himself. Even in his prayers to Karak, he had denied himself full honesty. For what did it mean to pray to a god while working against his own prophet? What kind of man would worship a god yet still deny what he might have become? Only a madman, Luther knew, and it fit him perfectly. A madman plotting against his own order, a madman spurring chaos into an already broken city.
"The Sun Guild,"
Thren asked.
"What is that part?"
"I needed someone who could stand against you all," Luther said. "Someone with no connection to the priesthood in Veldaren. Musian has eyed your city since you and Grayson went there to conquer it, and when I came to him offering bribes and the aid of Karak, his ears were listening. All I requested was that he transport the stone tiles bearing the symbol of his guild that I made for him into the city. Those tiles... I've personally cast spells upon every single one prior to my imprisonment. Those tiles are the key, Thren, the key to saving Veldaren from the Prophet's return. Musian's rise, his takeover of the streets, all of it is merely my means to an end.
That end being saving the city from this prophet, Velixar, Thren said. Why do you fear him so? Does he command an army? Will he lay siege to its walls? What threat can he possibly present to our world that would leave you so terrified?
Luther swallowed, and he almost lied. This was a truth known to a rare few, and telling a man like Thren Fellhorn was a leap of faith so great, it was a stretch even for him. But in the end, he knew he had to trust his instincts. Thren could be won to bear the necessary burden, but only if he knew the truth in its entirety.
Karak and Ashur are not from this world, Luther said. They came from another. One they fled from out of failure. Humanity's birth here, overseen by the elven goddess, was an attempt at redemption that went predictably awry. The world they came from, one of thousands, is a dangerous place now, and it is behind Veldaren's throne that the brother gods first stepped into our world. That place is a crack in a sheet of armor, a torn thread in a great tapestry, a doorway between worlds that the Prophet must not be allowed access to at all costs.
Thren's blue eyes bored into him, filled with doubt. Luther knew he had to convince him, and he prayed the words would come to his tongue at the proper time. So, this prophet, Thren said slowly, as if everything he'd heard was tumbling and clicking in his mind, a puzzle stubbornly coming together. This Velixar seeks access to the throne.
That is what you're telling me?
It is, Luther insisted. He's tried before, and he will soon try again. He cannot succeed. If he does, devastation will envelop the land, of a scope we have not seen since the Gods' War ages ago. There are more gods than Karak and Ashur, and Velixar would have them come into our world in an attempt to free Karak from his prison. Mankind will be decimated, and whatever freedom you think you know will vanish. The Prophet would have all living men and women kneel before the lion. Those who refuse will receive death. Do you understand, Thren? Why I've done all I've done? Why I have sacrificed everything to prevent the complete ruination of our civilization and the end of all free will?
You're a madman, Thren said.
I've long thought the same of you, though I tend to use it as a term of respect.
Luther reached into his robe, and from around his neck he pulled out a slender amulet crafted of gold, and with a roaring lion etched into its circular center. Thren tensed at the sight of it, sensing a trap, but then Luther tossed it onto the desk before him.
It was a last resort, he said. I've tried convincing my order to turn against the Prophet's ideals, to realize they were a sickening distortion of the God we all loved. In return, I received accusations of heresy. A God cannot change, they tell me, even though our own doctrines have changed again and again. You must believe me. I've tried everything, all I know, but this world is stubborn, full of bleak hearts and wounded children. The tiles are all across Veldaren by now, but they're nothing without this amulet. It's the key, Thren, and I want you to have it. The fate of our world, I want it in your hands.
Whatever anger and confusion Thren had shown was lost, now replaced with a look Luther recognized, oh, so well. Exhaustion.
Why me? He asked. I don't know you. Have never even heard of you.
I've not once bent the knee to Karak. My connection to the priests in Veldaren is sparse, and only when absolutely necessary. I want no part of the gods, no part of their war, their dogma and traditions."
"Exactly," said Luther. "You have always cherished your humanity above gods and kings, and not once have you hesitated at the thought of blood on your hands. Right now, I need someone like you, someone who will have the courage to do what I cannot to protect our world."
"This amulet?" Thren asked him, lifting it off the desk. "What does it do?"
"With a word, it activates the magic I've placed within the tiles," Luther said.
Thren's frown deepened. "And what exactly will that magic do?" This was it, the last piece of the puzzle. If Thren refused, there would be no other to take up the mantle. Taking in a deep breath, he pushed away his fear, his nervousness, and told him everything. As he spoke, he watched an awakening horror spread across the master thief's face. When Luther finished, Thren had fallen perfectly still, and it seemed even his breathing had stopped.
"Do you understand now?" Luther asked him. "Why I trust you? Why I feel you are one of the few with the strength to bear such a burden?"
He chuckled.
"The gods help me, I know I could not. I am weak, and so I have remained here, hiding like a coward. It was only when I heard of Grayson Lightborn's death that I knew you would come for me. You've brought me hope, Thren. Seize it. Declare to the world we will be the pawns of gods no longer."
The pain in his hand was increasing, and he could see parts where it was darkening, congealing against the shining edge of the blade. He stared at the red and black, unable to meet Thren's gaze. "You've played me, my guild, my entire city, as if you were a god," Thren told him, and the sharpness of a blade pressed against his back. "You know I cannot let you live after that." Luther slowly nodded, and he took in a deep breath. This was it, a moment he'd long known was coming. Eternity approached, yet which god would want him? Asher, who he had preached against all his life? Or Karak, whom he now actively betrayed?
"Will you do it?" he asked. "If the gates fall, if the prophet's army marches upon the castle, will you do it?"
Thren ripped out the dagger from his palm, and Luther choked down his pained cry. As warm blood spilled across his desk, seeping into the pages of the book before him, he felt water building in his eyes. "I don't know," said Thren, but he put the amulet around his neck, and for Luther that was sign enough.
"Do not fail me," he said, and he heard his voice crack. "You need to be strong, or the whole world suffers. There's good in what I've done, but unless you're strong, it'll all have been in vain."
"Strong?" Thren said softly. "It is all I know. When my childhood died, Musion left me with little else." The sword at his back pulled away, and he knew it prepared for a thrust. The cruelty of Luther's plan, its sheer hopelessness, rushed through his mind. It burned him with guilt, and he loathed it. Yet amid such thoughts came the words of a lost friend, and he spoke them aloud as if they came from the grave.
"We save this world by healing it," Luther whispered. "Not with fire, not with destruction."
He felt tears running down his face.
"Forgive me, Jericho, but I saw no other way."
Forward came the blade, pain bursting into him, and as the blood poured across his chest, he closed his eyes and gave up his breath. Chapter 18. Haern didn't fall very far, or for very long, before he landed on stone. It was sharply curved and perfectly smooth. He grabbed at it, searching for handholds, but there were none to be found. Down into the darkness he slid, unable to slow his descent. Haern tried kicking to one side, hoping to wedge himself in whatever chute he was sliding down, but he only succeeded in turning himself a different direction, and head first he flew. The stone vanished. He was falling, and then he landed upon uneven ground. He heard the rattle of bones, felt pieces of something sharp digging into him. Letting out a groan from the pain, he rolled over and felt at what he'd landed on, for he had no hope of seeing it in the pitch black. They were the bones of a man or woman, long since deceased. It did little to improve Haern's opinion of his situation. "Left to starve," he muttered. "Gods damn it. Is this how it all ends, starving in the darkness?" "Not quite," said a voice, and the surprise nearly stopped his heart. He rolled to his knees and turned to face the direction the voice had come from. At first, he thought his mind played tricks on him, but he saw the faintest hint of blue light twinkling in the distance. As he watched, it grew stronger, larger, until he could see clearly the blue flame of a torch. Only it burned on nothing, merely floated in the air like a bizarre sun. With its light, he could better see the reaches of his room, though it was less of a room and more of a cave. There appeared no doors or further passages, just a circular dome with a ceiling covered with stalactites, maybe 100 feet from one side to the other. Covering the floor were bones, and sitting beneath the magical torchlight, his face an ashen gray and his rustic armor covered with dust, was a man with a long scar on his cheek. "Welcome to my home," said the man. "It has been a very, very long time since I had company." Haern stood, both hands falling to the swords at his belt. "Who are you?" he asked. "Where am I?" "Beneath the stronghold," said the man. "In a place forgotten by most, though I would guess you knew that. As for who I am, well—" He rose to his feet, dust billowing off of him. His armor groaned with each movement, and the way he moved, the way his joints cracked, made it seem as if he were a statue come to life. When at his full height, he stood at attention and saluted. "Boris Marchant, at your service," he said, his deep voice scratchy and frightening in the enclosed space. "Well, Boris," said Haern, trying not to panic. "Care to tell me how to get out of here?" Boris laughed. "Look at me," he said. "If there were a way out, do you think I would still be down here?" It was hardly what Haern wanted to hear, not that he could deny the logic. "Perhaps you want to be down here," Haern said, hoping to keep the man talking. Something about him unnerved Haern immensely. He hardly carried the look of a paladin of Karak. In fact, he bore no markings at all of the god. His clothes were ratty and torn, and his armor was of a most peculiar make. He'd not seen banded mail of that style before, nor did he recognize the crudely drawn golden hawk on his chest. Much of it was crumbling along the edges, the metal tinted with green. At his side was an ancient sword still sheathed. At Haern's words, Boris erupted into laughter that went on for far too long. "Want to be down here?" he asked when finished composing himself. He wiped at his face as if to remove a tear, yet there was not a hint of moisture on his skin. "Oh, no, good sir. I do not want to be down here. I have not wanted to be down here for decades, yet still I am." "Decades?" Haern asked. "Then the paladins must bring you food and drink." Boris shook his head. "I do not require food to live, nor drink. Not here, not in this prison the prophet made for me." Haern felt all the more certain something was amiss. The man looked to be in his 30s, a far cry from a man who had spent decades in isolation. And what man alive could survive without food and drink? He looked at the pale skin, the body covered with dust. Unless he wasn't alive. "My name is Haern," he said, deciding to introduce himself. Until he knew what was going on down there in that blue cavern, he'd try to play along. "And forgive me, but I still do not understand. You say you've lived here for decades without food and drink. I do not see how that is possible." Boris sat back down on the smooth floor, and it was as if he were settling into a throne of bones, judging from how many were piled on either side of him. "Sit," Boris said. "There is nowhere to go, and we have all the time in the world." Haern did so, but only after ensuring he sat on no bones. "When I say there is no escape, you must believe me," said Boris. He pointed to the blue light above him. "It lights only when the night is deep and the moon shining. I have used it to count the days as they pass, and those days have passed into years, and years into decades. For over 500 years I have dwelt underneath the stronghold, for that is my curse." "They will not let you die?" Haern asked. "Oh, I am already dead, but they will not let me pass on. I am bound here, forever bound until the curse is broken." Haern shuddered at the thought of such torture. To be alive, yet alone, locked in solitude with no hope of escape as the years rolled on and on with no promise of relief. He glanced at the bones around him. Well, not quite alone. "What did you do to deserve such punishment?" he asked. "I stole from him," Boris said. "Jacob Eveningstar, Karak's special little chosen servant. I never thought he'd find me, that he'd know I took it. But he did, oh yes, he did, Haern. He found me, and he dragged me here, back when the stronghold was first built. They flung me into the depths of this cave, sealed me in, but not before he used his magic. The prophet is powerful, so very powerful. 'You will not die,' he told me. 'Not until Karak once more walks the land.'" Boris gestured about his prison. "And so I wait." He grinned. "Tell me, Haern, does Karak walk the land?" "No," Haern said, the very thought of it unnerving. "No, he does not." "Of course not. I doubt he ever will. And so it goes. I'd ask you what transpires above ground, but after the first 2 centuries, I learned nothing changes. The names of rulers shift and dance. A few wars move the boundaries of lords like pieces in a game, but nothing ever truly changes." "Used to ask. The bones. They throw prisoners down here to starve with you?" "Only the most disloyal," Boris said. "Only the ones the paladins feel are truly deserving of such punishment. I am sent the heretics, the doubters, the men who turn from Karak and seek another way. When they are found, they are cast into the pit, where I wait like a monster from stories they tell their children." Boris settled in, throwing more of his weight against the wall. It sent up a cloud of dust, and it shimmered a pale blue in the ethereal torchlight. "What does change," he said, his voice quieting, "is the reason I find men and women thrown down to join me in this pit. So, tell me, Haern, what crime have you committed against the stronghold? You hardly look like one of their paladins. Did you steal from them, perhaps, or get caught blaspheming a bit too loudly in a tavern?" Haern normally would have been amused at how wrong his guess was, but there was no room for humor in that dark void. Returning to his stand, he walked toward the wall opposite Boris, his eyes scanning the ceiling. He knew he'd fallen down from somewhere, a chute or hole, and it had to have remained. Yet, despite how well the phantom torch lit the walls and the floor, it seemed powerless to light the ceiling. Was it because of how high it stretched up, Haern wondered, or were tricks in play, games messing with the heads of their prisoners? "What is it you're looking for?" Boris asked. "I told you, there's no way out." "I wasn't thrown in here by the paladins," Haern said, ignoring him. It seemed best that way. "My friend and I were breaking into the stronghold, and we used a secret path to climb to the top. I slipped, fell, and landed in here." On the other side, Boris broke out into creaking laughter, his voice as pleasant as rust. "Breaking into the stronghold? You must have balls the size of cantaloupes, boy. Did someone fill your head with wild stories of Karak's treasure stored in its depths? I've had my fair share of fools and blasphemers, but I think you might be the first treasure-seeker to stumble down the pit without them knowing it." Haern grinned despite himself. "Always happy to be a first," he said, grabbing a bone and flinging it at the dark of the ceiling. Instead of continuing on, he heard an immediate clack. 10 feet up, maybe 8, he thought, feeling a glimmer of hope. The shadows were there to hide the size. Perhaps if Boris could boost him, or he could use his cloak and swords to form some sort of grappling hook. "But treasure is not why I'm here," Haern said, grabbing a few more bones, small pieces that looked like parts to a finger, and methodically walking in a circle from where he thought he'd landed, throwing them straight up to hear the clack of the bone hitting hard stone above, followed by another as it landed. "Then why are you here?" Boris asked. He watched Haern work, clearly curious, but saying nothing about it. "I sought an audience with a priest," Haern said, scooping up more bones. "A man named Luther who was supposedly imprisoned here." "Luther?" asked Boris, and the recognition was enough to bring Haern's attention back his way. The gray-skinned man worked his jaw as if chewing something in his mouth, and the slopping noise he made was stomach-turning. "You know him?" Haern asked. "I do," Boris said. "He's the first of Karak's order to come down to speak with me in over a century. An intelligent man. Perhaps too intelligent for his own good. It's going to cost him his life." Well, thought Haern, at least there was a silver lining to his fun little drop. Perhaps he could learn a bit more about Luther and what he was hoping to accomplish in Veldaren. Tossing a few more bones into the air, all three hitting stone, he returned once more to the light of Boris's ethereal torch. "What did he want from you?" Haern asked. "I knew the prophet," Boris said. "Not well, but I was there when he was alive, before he changed his name and became the thing with many faces he is now. Luther wanted to know what he was like, what he wanted, what he'd be willing to sacrifice." Boris laughed. "And so I told him. A man who would imprison me for centuries, all for stealing a stupid book. He'd sacrifice everything, do anything to achieve what he wanted. And no matter how loyal you think those pieces of shit upstairs are, Velexar makes them look like fair-weather faithful." Haern saw Boris had begun to breathe heavily, and both his hands were trembling. "Is something the matter?" Haern asked, taking a step backward. With another round of creaks and groans, Boris rose to his feet. His sword remained sheathed at his side, but Haern did not wait to draw his own blades and settle into a comfortable combat stance. "I'm sorry, Haern," said Boris. "I've waited as long as I can." "The bones," Haern said. "All the victims. You're their executioner, aren't you? Why, if you hate Karak so much?" "There's no way for you to understand," said Boris, and he sounded sad. "You see, Velexar was a cruel one, and he was clever. Very clever. He knew what it'd be like to be down here alone, to crave company. I'd give so much for you to remain with me, Haern. I'd love to hear you speak of the outer world, of nations, your family, your friends. I yearn for stories like a drowning man craves land. But it never matters. Velexar did not just leave me imprisoned here. He filled me with a need." Boris took a step closer. "A need to feed," he said. "To taste blood upon my tongue. To tear flesh apart with my bare hands. I've fought it, Haern, but you are one of many, and I have long learned how useless it is to try." Another step. "The paladins send me company," he said. "Send me men and women who hate Karak as much as I do, who could ease my burden even if only for a few days. Yet all I can do, what I must do, is kill any hope I have of escaping my solitude." "Stay back," Haern warned, "unless you wish to test your claim at being unable to find death." Boris smiled so wide it stretched ear to rotten ear. "I will feed," he said, and he licked his lips, his tongue like a dry sponge, and it left no moisture upon his cracked skin. "Many have tried, Haern. They always die, and as I feed, I cry their names so they may be remembered among the bones." His mouth dropped open, thin lips pulling back to reveal chipped teeth stained by the blood of the dead. From his throat came a screech, animalistic in its sound and intelligence, and Haern felt his skin crawl. Weapons ready, he braced himself as Boris charged, sword still sheathed. Against a normal foe, Haern would have thought it an easy victory, but the bones all around him provided ample warning. The man raced toward him like a bull, eager to ram its target, the popping of his bones and clanking of his feet on the stone only heightening the horror of his mindless shriek. Just before reaching him, Boris spread his arms as if to embrace him in a hug, and Haern leaped to one side, twisting his body in the air so he could lash out with his left hand. The sword sliced along the side of Boris's neck, severing what should have been his jugular vein. But when Haern landed and he looked, he saw no blood, just a dry tear in the side of gray flesh. Boris turned, and the only visible life in him was the amused twinkle in his eyes. "I don't bleed!" Boris screamed, flinging himself at Haern again. Haern jumped back, slashing Boris's throat and face. More cuts, doing nothing. "I don't sleep!" Haern found himself running out of room, the gray man faster than he had any right to be. There was no hesitation to his moves, nor the slightest fear of harm coming to himself. Nearly trapped against the wall, he waited for another lunge from Boris, then dropped to a roll, slicing out in hopes of taking out the tendons in Boris's legs. Instead of leaving him hampered, though, Haern's swords caught on the thick banded plates protecting him, unable to penetrate further. In mid-roll, Haern could only try to kick out fast enough to avoid Boris as he dropped atop him. "I don't breathe!" Haern felt Boris's hand catch his ankle, putting an end to his roll. He slammed onto his stomach, one of his swords slipping from his grip as his face struck the stone floor. Meanwhile, Boris tugged and tugged, his mouth open, his tongue hanging down like a dead gray worm as he pulled Haern's leg closer. "All I know to do," he said, "is eat." With nothing else to do, nothing else to try, Haern took his sword, twisting to a sitting position, and plunged it straight into that gaping maw. It punched through the back of his throat and out the other side, lodging in tight. Haern released it when it was sunk all the way in, leaving Boris snapping his teeth down on the metal of the hilt. As the ancient man hacked and coughed, his head shaking violently as he tried to expel the blade, Haern repeatedly kicked the hand holding him. Fingers snapped one by one, and the moment he was loose, he rolled away before Boris could attempt to grab again. Now free, he reached for his other sword and stalked back toward Boris. "I'm sorry, Boris," he said, "but I have a priest to find." He slammed the blade with all his strength against the man's throat until it hit bone. The power of it knocked him to his back, and Haern struck again and again, as if he were a lumberjack trying to fell a tree. At last he heard a crack, and at that he reached down, pinned Boris with his knees, and then twisted the head until there was a second, far louder crack. "God's damn it," Haern said as he stood, holding Boris's head in his hands. "Let go of my sword already." Sheathing one blade, he pulled the other from the head's mouth, the blade sliding out through the hole it had punched in the back of the head. Inspecting the weapon in the blue light, he saw no gore, no blood or goop or anything, just dust. Shaking his head, he rolled the head toward the other side of the room, where it came to a thumping halt. "Enjoy your rest," he said, eyes scanning the darkness above him. "But it's time for me to get out of here." Boris had said no one ever escaped. But with him there to attack and kill presumably unarmed and perhaps even bound men and women, he doubted anyone had been given sufficient time to try. Scooping up another handful of bones, he returned toward the middle and began tossing. On the fifth try, he heard a different sound, one that gave him pause. Metal? He threw a few more, some ringing of metal, yet a few falling silently back down. A grate, he realized. He didn't remember one upon falling down into the chamber. Perhaps it had been already open, or loose enough he hadn't noticed during his fall. For all he knew, it shut by magic. What did matter, though, was that he had found his exit. Clearing a spot beneath so he could easily relocate it if need be, he stood there, arms crossed, mind racing. He needed some way to reach it, preferably a rope. It was only a few feet above his head, and he didn't need much to try to grab a hold and test its resilience. Glancing over at Boris's body, he had a thought, one so absurd he laughed aloud. "Surely you won't mind," he said as he knelt down beside the headless body. He lifted the man's left arm, analyzing it. The fingers had curled in upon death, and testing them, he found them rigid. Flipping it over, he found the buckles to the banded armor and quickly removed them. The shirt beneath had long ago faded into nothing, and Boris's skin beneath was sickeningly pale and cold to the touch. Tugging on the arm, he found the joints even stiffer than they should have been so recently after death. No blood, he told himself. The body was far from normal, so just maybe. He removed the chest piece, as well as the shoulder pads, wanting a clear view of the dead man's shoulder. With that done, he began hacking into it with a sword. Each cut made a sickening cracking noise, and after several swings, he grabbed the arm and began to wrench it violently side to side until at last he heard a pop. A few more swings, and he cut the thing loose, not surprised to find that the connection between the arm and shoulder was much stronger than a normal corpse. "I'm counting on you," Haern said, carrying the arm back to the grate. "Just hold together, all right?" There was no swivel at the elbow, no movement whatsoever. Wielding it as he would a club, he held it by the far end of the arm, a bizarre extension with curled fingers reaching up into the black void unlit by the blue torchlight. Praying for a miracle, he swung the club, ramming the fingers into the grate. He heard a scraping sound coupled with a crack he could only assume was one of the bones in the fingers breaking. Trying not to get his hopes up, he closed his eyes and pulled. The fingers held, and the grate swung down with ease. The torchlight just barely shone upon it, and Haern could tell it was thoroughly rusted over. "No escape," muttered Haern. "I think you're about to help me prove you wrong, Boris." Using the arm as a rope, he pulled himself up off the ground, not bothering to test the weight. The last thing he wanted to do was add any extra strain, even if for a moment. Up the arm he went, and when he reached the grate, he stretched to his limits, fingers searching for a hold. When he found one, a jut of stone the grate's hinge was connected to, he wanted to cry. Now, with something firm to hold on to, he pulled himself up and into the tunnel. The sides were cramped, the rock uneven, so when he pushed against one side with his feet, he was able to successfully wedge himself into the entrance. Before he could ascend higher, he heard a rattling, a rolling, and then the most sickening popping sound. Just his imagination, he told himself. Haern reached down, grabbing Boris's arm and wrenching it free. He might need it again on his climb, he decided. Still, he didn't like the way it flopped over his back, suddenly not so rigid. Don't leave me." Not his imagination, then. He heard the scattering of bones, the groaning of leather straps, and the rattle of armor. "Don't leave me down here!" The arm vibrated across his back. Haern pulled it off him, and then it suddenly tugged hard down toward the chamber. He just barely released it in time before it could pull him back inside. The arm hit the ground, then rolled out of sight. Another sickening pop followed. "Just climb," Haern whispered, pushing away all thoughts of Boris reassembling himself, condemned to remain inside the blue fire chamber fed the scraps of Karak's unfaithful. "Nothing else, just climb." Keeping his legs braced, his back pressed against the stone, he pushed himself upward with his arms, nice and slow. Once high enough, he took a step, 1 foot above the other. It was tedious work and put tremendous strain on his legs and back, but it was something he knew he could endure for hours if need be. He just had to be careful. One slip, one slacking of the pressure, and he'd be tumbling back down the tunnel. He doubted Boris would be so polite and talkative the second time around. Boris's voice followed him, a ragged, fading whisper. It took many steps, and at least 10 minutes by his guess, but eventually he was high enough in the darkness to be free of the man's haunting cry. He prayed he never heard the cursed man's voice ever again. Inch by tedious inch he climbed. Occasionally he found handholds in the stone, and he used them to rest his back. He tried not to think about how long he was down there, nor his escape. All he thought of was his father telling him sorry before sending him tumbling down into the pit. Whenever Haern felt his legs starting to wobble or his back locking up from the strain, he thought of that sorry and used it to push on higher. The tunnel gradually shifted, the slight variations required to prevent someone from plummeting straight down to their death. Sometimes they were just soft enough that he could sit for a moment and catch his breath before continuing. Sometimes they forced him to twist and shift the way he climbed, lest he slide right back down. At one point, he felt his foot slip into the air, and at first, he thought he'd missed, but then he realized it was a secondary tunnel connected to the first. It was somewhat perpendicular to the one he climbed, and he grabbed a hold of its sides with his fingers and pulled himself into it. Letting out a gasp, he lay on his back and willed his muscles to relax. Almost there, he told himself, though he had no idea if it were true or not. Almost there. The question now was where to go. Up, or follow the other chute? In the end, he decided to continue his climb. His gut said the other direction led to wherever the dark paladins tended to dump their victims. The higher tunnel with the ladder? That one he had a feeling they knew nothing about. Well, no one but Luther, if the priest or his father were to be trusted. As much as he hated the thought of doing so, he returned to a crouch, then extended so that he was leaning against the far side. Spinning about so his back was against it, he stepped one step to the left, a firm foot pushing against stone, and began his climb. More time. More inches by painful inches. When the pain in his back didn't seem able to get any worse, he felt it strike something sharp. Despite the pain, despite the darkness, a laugh escaped his lips that took almost a minute to cease. It was one of the rungs pounded into the stone that formed the ladder. Once he had a firm grip and his weight was fully supported by the ladder, Haern hung there, once again debating. He could leave, he knew. The exit was just opposite him. He could crawl through the dark until reaching Dalglish, and together they could flee the stronghold, leaving as if they'd never been. But above him was where Luther should be, and where his father had gone. Leaving now, giving in. He couldn't do it. He had to know. So, up the rungs he went, and after the tedious process earlier, the ladder felt like a gift from the heavens. Multiple times he felt the soft blowing of cool air upon his neck, alerting him to side passages, but he never took them. Luther was supposed to be at the top. So, to the top he would climb. As he did, he listened to the noises that came to him through the stone. They were distorted, of course, but he still found himself occasionally surprised by the proximity or clarity he heard. Much of it was soft discussion, deep voices talking about things he could only guess at. Once he swore he heard a man in prayer, and on another floor 2 men arguing. Whenever he heard such sounds, he slowed his ascent, always fearful that somehow they might also hear him scurrying up the walls like a rat. At last, he reached the end of the rungs. He reached out behind him, but the wall was solid. Steadying himself, he paused a moment, felt the softest flow of air from his left. Taking his foot off the rung, he tested, and sure enough, he found a tall tunnel. Slowly, he shifted his weight off the rungs and into the short tunnel, at the very end of which he saw the tiniest slivers of light, like cracks in a wooden door. To his eyes, though, they were blinding, and he blinked and kept his gaze to the side until he might recover. It turned out his comparison wasn't far off. It did seem to be a wooden door before him, slender and rectangular. He could only guess as to what it appeared to be from the other side, as well as how he might open it. Slowly, he ran his hands along it until he found a single bit of metal for him to grab. Gently, he pushed inward, then pulled toward him, and he found the door had far more give into the room than out. Putting his ear to the side, he listened for signs of life. Heard none. Double-checking his swords at his waist, he pulled his hood low over his face and took in a deep breath. This was it. Time to discover just where he was. He pushed against the metal knob, heard a crack, and then the rectangular slab of wood swung out. The light inside was blinding, even though it was only 2 separate lanterns on each side of the room with tall, slender candles burning within them. Squinting against it, he dipped his head so his hood would block much of the light, and with what vision he had, he checked his surroundings. Haern found himself inside what appeared to be a library, with 4 freestanding shelves of books before him. Turning about out of curiosity, he looked to see what it was he'd emerged from. Shutting the entrance, he saw that it was an enormous wooden carving that had been mounted upon the wall. Etched into the wood with amazing detail was a lion devouring a stag, with the carver having used heat to blacken wherever there was supposed to have been blood. Testing a corner, he found that pulling against it made the wall itself open up to grant him entrance back into the darkness. Should be easy enough to remember, Haern thought to himself as he reshut the door. If he were to somehow get lost, all he needed to do was find a library and the giant wood lion carving within it. Getting to it without being killed or spotted, however, he had a feeling would be the real trick. Hurrying past the rows of bookshelves, all of which were blessedly empty of any odd midnight readers, he reached the door and put an ear to it. Again, he heard nothing. Opening it, he found himself facing a large set of stairs curling around the outer walls of the stronghold. To his right, they descended, curving out of sight, and so he hurried left, moving ever higher. A red carpet ran along the center of the stairs, its edges laced with gold-colored thread. The stone shaping the walls and stairs was a deep gray, with spider webs of black racing all across the surface. Candles hung above him, high enough he felt glad he wasn't the poor soul who had to change them somehow when they burned low. A glance out one of the thin windows showed him just how high up he was, and he fought down a shiver. He'd never been inside a building as tall as the stronghold. Not even the highest towers of the king's castle in Veldaren could compare. Haern had never considered himself afraid of heights, but peering out that window made him think all men could be made afraid of them if the ground were far enough away. The stairs curled up into the next floor, the grand wooden door to it closed. Haern heard muffled prayers from within, despite the lack of any light shining through the cracks. Deciding to check higher first, he continued on, resolving to return only if he could not find Luther in any of the floors above. A few more steps up, and he knew that his search was over. Lying before an open door, throat opened and armor bloody, was a young man. Haern stepped over him, peering into the final room at the uppermost reaches of the stronghold. Inside he saw a small bed with violet sheets, a slender half-empty bookshelf, a glassed window facing the east, and a desk. Slumped over the desk was an older man in black robes. Haern stepped into the room and drew his swords, even though he knew what he would find. There was too much blood on the chair, too much blood on the floor. Coming up to the man, he pulled on his shoulder, and his body slumped back, head lolling. "Damn it," Haern whispered. His father had beaten him to the top, learned or taken whatever he needed, and then fled. He was too late. "What did you want from us?" Haern asked the body. The man looked like any other, skin starting to wrinkle, hair all gray. There was dried blood on his left hand and a fatal wound to the back. Haern had a feeling the wound to the hand had been first, a way to prevent the priest from casting any potential spells. Had Thren interrogated him afterward? A cursory glance showed no additional stab wounds, no obvious broken bones. Whatever information Luther gave, it must have come easily. His eyes fell on the book that lay open before him. It was stained with blood, but the lone paragraph on its pages was still legible. Based on the pen and inkwell on the desk, Haern assumed the writing to be Luther's. The script was tight, carefully controlled, and reading it did little to illuminate matters. "Tonight he comes. I know it. I would pray, but what God would answer? I condemn a city to save a nation. Perhaps Karak would be proud after all." No answers. Just as Delicia had promised. Only death and betrayal. His only hope now was to find Thren, assuming the man even stuck around to be questioned. He felt a momentary rush of panic, thinking of Delicia lying dead by the exit to the building, and he pushed it down. For her to die while he was crawling up from the pit, to die while waiting for him to return from a place she begged him not to go? "Luther?" He turned around to see a boy no older than 12 carrying a lit candle in one hand, 5 more unlit in the other. The boy stood just before the body of the dead guard, his jaw hanging open. Haern swore, leaping toward the door in hopes of stopping him before he could escape and sound the guard. But the boy had no desire to run. The candles dropped from his hands, and before Haern could reach him, he'd already drawn a slender dirk from his belt and begun shouting at the top of his lungs. "Intruder! Intruder! Haern batted aside the meager weapon, and momentum unchanged, he slammed into the boy with a sword leading the way. The boy's cry halted as he doubled over, a sword buried to the hilt in his gut. Haern stared right into his eyes, horrified by the sight. There was no doubt, no sorrow, no confusion, just rage. No different than I was at his age, thought Haern, and he felt a chill as if a ghost had crossed over his grave. Cries from below quickly echoed the boy's warning, and Haern swore again. He had to get out of there now, before they could overwhelm him. He flew down the stairs, trying to push the memory of the boy's dying face out of his mind. At the floor beneath, he found the door open and a man standing before it. He was stout and not very tall, but he held an enormous sword in one hand, its blade wreathed with black flame. Contrasted against the plain white bedrobe he wore, the sight would have been comical, if not for how the paladin nearly skewered Haern as he ran down the steps. "Who sent you?" the man asked, pulling back for another thrust as Haern dodged the first. "Luther did," said Haern, hoping to confuse him. Based on the glare he received, Haern decided he'd hit a nerve, and the burning blade slashed down with all the man's might. There wasn't much room in the stairway, but Haern was more than agile enough to slide to the side, the fire and steel cutting the air before him. The sword smacked into the stone steps, immediately charring the red carpet and cracking the step in two. Haern gave him no chance to recover, his right arm swinging out so his sword opened the man's throat. A follow-up kick sent the body tumbling, the sword clattering along with him. Haern winced at the cacophony it created. If there was anyone in the stronghold who hadn't realized he was inside, they knew now. No time, no time, no time. Haern ran, wanting nothing more than to see those beautiful oak shelves full of books. Instead, he found two more men armed with swords rushing up the stairs, the blades of both paladins wreathed with flame. "Sorry, can't stay long," Haern said as he lunged with both weapons. He knew they would successfully block the attacks, and when they did, he felt a tingle in his hands, as if the sting of the flames had traveled through the steel of his swords, through the hilt and into his flesh. It kept them back, though, just enough that he had room to leap head first into the library. He rolled along the carpet, then skidded to a stop so he could turn and fight. He had room now, and every intention to use it. "You will suffer for this insult," one of the paladins cried, and Haern grinned at him. "Suffer? No, not today." He attacked the man just as he tried to rush through the doorway, sabers a blur. The paladin tried to block, and there was no moving that dark blade, no forcing its position like he might against a normal opponent. But Haern had speed, and due to the surprise nature of the combat, neither paladin had their armor to rely upon. When the paladin tried to counter as a way of buying himself some space, Haern blocked it with ease, then stabbed him through the belly. As he doubled over, the other paladin shoved the body forward, using it to keep Haern from attacking while he was limited by the doorway. "Karak, guide my hand," said the paladin as he grabbed the hilt of his sword with both hands. The dark fire around its steel grew stronger, and the very sight of it made Haern's head ache. He moved to attack, but the fire flared, and without knowing what it meant, Haern fell back. So badly did he want to flee to the wood carving, but if any caught sight of where he was going, there was too much of a chance they could decipher where he might exit. Better they thought he vanished like a ghost's than into a cramped tunnel in their very walls. "Karak, be my strength!" The paladin swung, and it was as if he wielded an inferno with his hands. Haern retreated until his back was to a bookshelf, bumped it, scattered books to the floor. "Karak, be my victory!" A massive downward chop, but Haern was already moving. The sword hit the stone, the books erupted in flame, and then came the smoke. Haern slid to one side, then pushed off into the air, twirling, all cloaks and swords. The paladin could only guess where to position his blade in defense. He guessed wrong. The man's body crumpled to the ground as Haern landed. He was given no chance to celebrate nor retreat, for more men were running into the library, all wielding swords or axes. Knowing his time had long since run out, Haern did not engage them, instead racing toward the fire and knocking more books into it. As the smoke billowed, Haern grabbed one that was already aflame, the violet fire consuming it, eerie to witness and powerful in its heat, and then hurled the book into another shelf. It caught as if doused with lantern oil. Deeper toward the back of the library he ran, dodging desperate swings as the men rushed into it. They were trying to be methodical, sealing off the exit and lining the far walls so that there'd be no aisle he could hide in, but that only gave him more time. He knocked over another shelf, then assaulted a paladin that had been chasing him. Their weapons clashed, and though all feeling was gone from his hands, Haern still managed to slice out his heel, then finish him with a stab to the neck in passing. From the other side, he heard men shouting, asking where he was, and debating what to do about the flames that were leaping from bookshelf to bookshelf, as if containing a life of their own. Keep on arguing, thought Haern as he raced for the enormous wood carving and his escape. Just before he reached it, a burning blade swung into his vision. On instinct, Haern dropped to his knees, the sword searing the air above him. The heat was incredible, terrifyingly so. Whirling about to face his opponent, he found an older man with gray hair, his black armor decorated with the silver skull of a lion. His strength was incredible as he pulled the enormous sword back around for a second swing, faster than most men could wield a dagger. Haern knew blocking was impossible, and trying to time the swing right, he dove underneath, hoping to come out of his roll beside the man and stab him in the neck while he was vulnerable. Except as he dove into the roll, the sword dipped, swung with only one hand. Coming up for the stab, Haern found a mailed fist already waiting. It struck him square in the face, blood blasting from his nose. "Karak!" cried the man, and suddenly that fist felt like the hammer of a god. The blow rocked through his body, straining his bones, filling his throat with a scream that sounded far too horrific to be his own. Legs suddenly resisting him, he dropped to one side, limbs curiously asleep. Trying not to panic, he glared up at the older paladin, who knelt down before him. "You're either a brilliant man or a fool," said the paladin as arms grabbed Haern from all sides. "In our dungeon, we'll see which of the two you truly are." Something hard hit him from behind, and then the darkness took him. Chapter 19. The last thing Elisa did that night, as she did every night, was remove her eyes. Despite the insistence of the craftsmen who'd formed them, despite her own fingers that could confirm their smoothness, she still felt as if they were covered with 1,000 jagged slivers that sliced into her vacant eye sockets. Only once had she tried sleeping with them still in, and she'd awoken halfway through the night to find her fingers digging into her sockets, which were wet with tears. There were no servants with her in her room. Elisa at last left in solitude. They'd checked on her occasionally, she knew. At the foot of her bed, resting atop a table, was a brass bell she could ring if she ever needed anything, not that she ever did. She was blind, not an invalid, and whenever she needed something, she left her bed, walked across the cold floor, and opened the door to ask the servant waiting outside. She remembered when Melody first suggested the bell, except the bell was to have been hooked to a rope hanging beside her head. She'd threatened to set the entire bed on fire if she ever discovered such a setup. What I'd give to have seen their faces, Elisa thought as she set the eyes into a glass with a thin layer of alcohol at the bottom. They must have thought me out of my mind. It wasn't that much of a stretch, really. She'd long felt the eyes of her enemies circling her. Now, without her own, she knew it was only a matter of time before they closed in, snatching at whatever they could get. Her only hope rested in people like Zusa and John Gandrum protecting her interests, and even then they faced an impossible task. Elisa removed her robe and slid naked underneath the silken sheets. They were cold, and she shivered, arms crossed and knees drawn to her chest, as she waited for them to warm. Her breathing steadily slowed. and head sunk into a giant feathered pillow, she tried to relax. Yet she couldn't. Something bothered her, even as the rest of her body warmed. A window, she realized. The quiet of her room was not complete. The soft rustle of air she felt on her cheek not supposed to be there. Sitting up with the blankets pulled to her chest, she addressed the darkness. "Who is there?" she asked. "Say your name now. If I hear any other noise, I will scream for my gods." "Your senses are to be commended," said a deep voice at the foot of her bed. "Given what I know of your personality, you might have been a fine member of my guild in a different life." "Who are you?" she asked, though in the pit of her stomach she felt certain she already knew. "Come now. Surely you can guess." Spoken with such confidence, such condescension. "You are a child to me," that voice said, "just a silly, stupid child." And it annoyed Elisa to no end. "There are plenty in this city with the skill to sneak past my guards," she said, hoping to deflate him the tiniest bit. "Is there a reason you think you are special?" The intruder laughed, controlled, amused. A predator's laugh. "I need not think it," he said. "I know it. And you do too, don't you, Elisa? The moment I spoke to reveal my presence, a chill ran down your spine, and with an absolute certainty came to you a name. Please, say it, and don't lie. It proves nothing if you lie." Elisa swallowed. "Musian," she said. "Musian the Dark Hand." The elf clapped, and she wondered if the servant outside her door would hear it. Pulling the blankets tighter about her, she slid her free hand underneath her pillow to the dagger hidden there. "See? Was that so hard? Now spare me your sarcasm and petty attempts to insult me while hiding your fear. We have things to discuss, you and I." "I will have no business with you," Elisa said. "And if you've come to kill me, just do it now. I will not beg for your amusement." "Amusement?" Again Musian laughed. It was from a different direction than before, and when he spoke again, the location had changed once more. He was moving about her, constantly forcing her to readjust his mental position in her head. Anything to make her uncomfortable, she realized, as if being naked and helpless were not enough to accomplish that. "My dear, if I wanted amusement, I would have gone elsewhere. Tonight is business, whether you wish it or not." Her fingers closed about the dagger's hilt. With her blankets raised, her actions should have been hidden. There was no chance she could strike him when ready. But if he were to make a move on her, thinking her helpless— "Get on with it, then," she said, raising her voice the slightest amount. If only the servant outside would hear her voice, realize she spoke with someone when she was supposed to be alone. "Gladly." So close to her right ear she felt the heat of his breath on her skin. Her entire body tensed, and in that half-second, she felt a tug on her blankets and movement beneath her pillow. Before she could react, Musian ripped the dagger from her hand. A soft thud told her it landed on the carpet below, far out of reach. She thought to dive for it anyway, but a hand closed around her throat and slammed her back down atop her pillow. "Now is a time to listen," the elf whispered into her ear. "Not make foolish plans to attack me, nor vain attempts to alert the servant outside your door. I killed her, Elisa. She's bleeding out in your closet as we speak, so before someone notices her absence, you and I must come to an understanding. Have I made myself clear?" His grip tightened, and though she opened her mouth to answer, she could not make a sound. Her hands clutched at his wrist, fingernails scratching hard enough to draw blood, yet it relented not the slightest amount. "I asked, have I made myself clear?" It loosened the tiniest bit, and she gasped in air. "Yes," she said, voice hoarse and painful to her own ears. "Excellent." Gone was the hand, her bed shifting as his weight upon it was removed. Elisa lay there, still covered by the blankets, and did her best to regain her composure. "I saved you for last. Mucian said, and by the way his voice traveled, she imagined him pacing before her at the foot of the bed. Every other man and woman of power in this city I have crossed paths with. No one may claim I came to Veldaren like a thief in the night. No one may feign ignorance or surprise by what happens tomorrow. For everyone, from the highest king to the lowliest serf, there are only two options: compliance or rebellion. Compliance with what? She dared ask, and it hurt her throat to speak. My demands, Mucian said. You see, Elisa, the night is mine now. I own it and keep it in my pocket like I would a coin or key. No one will take it from me, nor challenge me for it. The Sun Guild has claimed every street, every corner, every shop, every stall. Even the king has agreed to look the other way, granting us immunity from his soldiers and guards. So, as you sit here, I want you to realize how alone you are. You've proven troublesome in your past, fiery and stubborn, but now is a time for wisdom, not passion. Can you do that for me, Elisa? She wanted to tell him to go fuck himself, but that would only make her night worse. Instead, she nodded and kept her mouth shut. Excellent. Quiet, obedient. You're learning. So here is the next lesson. The deal you've struck between the Trifect and the Thief Guilds, this Watcher's Truce, it ends tonight. You'd plunge this city back into chaos? She asked. On the contrary, Elisa, I would give it a proper peace. What you've created is a mockery of order, and it was doomed to fail whether I came here or not. But here I am, and I will not allow it to stand. The guilds are mine. All of them. The men who signed those signatures are either dead or bow their knees to me. We will do whatever we wish to do, take from whomever we wish to take. Only one thing will stop us. Gold. That's it? You just want protection money? How is that any different from what we had before? She felt the bed sink the tiniest bit from the elf sitting on one of the corners. It comes down to power, Elisa. There will be no enforcer beyond myself. The terms will be decided by me and me alone. You will hand over coin, and through my good grace, you will be spared any wrath. The same will go for every other shop and tavern and brothel that operates within Veldaren's walls. No one will sell the smallest scrap of bread without my approval and my cut. Consider it a tax paid to the rightful king of our fair city. Elisa was stunned by what she heard. The elf believed it. Every word. He truly thought the entirety of Veldaren was his. The frightening part was how close to the truth it might actually be. You reach too far, she said. The king will call his armies from across Neldar. Lord Stern Blackwater and Angelport will hear of this, and he'll prepare his own mercenaries. Even the temple to Asher will not stand for your enslavement. King Valor could summon soldiers, Mucian said, and he was close again, lurking, a cat playing with a mouse. The priests might stumble out of their temple, hopeless to discover what is happening underneath their noses. Yes, even Stern might head north to protect his fellow members of the Trifect. But do you know what all those require, Elisa? She felt his hand grab her face and turn it hard to the left. The skin was scaly and hot to the touch. It felt like the hand of a monster, and she whimpered at the pain it caused in her neck. What? She asked as the silence lingered. Bravery, and I sense none of it in this forsaken place. He let her go, and she heard footsteps as he moved away, toward the door, she guessed. Tomorrow I announce my presence to the city, Mucian said. My time of meetings and games will be over. This is your only chance, Elisa. Now give me your answer. Will you pay for protection against my might? Or must I bury you like all others who have dared oppose me? She should do it, she knew. When Thren Fellhorn had united the thief guilds, they'd been near impossible to destroy, and this elf seemed superior to Thren in every way, even in arrogance. It'd be so easy, too. All she had to do was whisper those simple words, "I will," and she'd be in his pocket, no different from anyone else in the trifect, no different from the other thief guilds or even their cowardly, infantile king. No different. "I never bowed to Thren," she said. "I never bowed to the guilds nor the pressures of my title. I won't bow to you, Musion. Threaten me all you wish, but I'm tired of hiding in my home, trembling like a child." She thought he might react in anger, or even kill her, but instead he laughed. "Curious," he said. "Daverick assured me the Gemcroft family would readily accept. Yet that seemed counter to everything I knew about you, my dear Elisa. It is good to know that my opinion of you was more accurate than that of a lowly priest." Priest, thought Elisa. Daverick? What nonsense is this? "You have your answer," she said, doing her best to sit up straight and control the quiver in her voice. "Now leave me be." Musion tisked at her from across the room. "You're making a mistake, Elisa. No one must die needlessly. But then again, needless death has always been the mark of your house. As you humans like to say, it is your funeral." Something heavy landed in her lap atop the blankets, and she felt it with her fingers. The bronze bell the servants kept at the foot of her bed. "You may summon your guards now," Musion said, and she could imagine him standing before her, so smug, so certain of himself. It will be the last time they ever have warning. She heard footsteps, the sound of her door opening, followed by the shattering of a window in a distant room. Despite her hatred of it, she shook the bell with both hands, shook until she heard her door opening, heard the heavy boots of her guards rushing in. But one person, one whose footsteps were silent, arrived before any guard could. "What happened?" asked Zusa, voice hovering just beside her. "Musion was here," she said. "He wanted my allegiance." "What did you tell him?" Soldiers were coming into the room now, and she felt their presence like a suffocating blanket. Still naked, she clutched her blankets tightly to her to preserve some modicum of modesty. "Get those men out of here," she said. "I need to dress." The grumblings of the guards were obviously unhappy, but they reluctantly obeyed. Once they were gone, she heard a closet opening, followed by a sharp inhalation of air. "The body," thought Elisa. "Musion told me he killed Sally," she said. "He did," was all Zusa said. The closet door shut, and a moment later a simple, lengthy shift dropped into her hands. "Dress," Zusa said, "but talk while doing it. What was your answer to the Dark Hand?" Elisa lifted her arms, let Zusa begin to slide the shift over her head. "I told him no," she said. "You did," Zusa said, and she sounded surprised. "But I thought you were willing to let this all go. When we spoke earlier—" "I know what I said," snapped Elisa, far harsher than she meant. "But damn it, Zusa, is this what I've become? Cowering in my room, wallowing in self-pity because a sick little boy took away my eyes? All I want is for Nathaniel to become something great, something amazing. It won't happen this way, though. My anger and sorrow once made this entire city tremble with fear. I thought to learn from that, to humble myself. But the world will only see it as weakness, not strength. So then, let's be the strength they understand." The shift on, Elisa reached out a hand until she felt Zusa's face press against it. "Are your blades still mine to command?" she asked. "Now and forever," Zusa said. "Then find this Daverick." Musion spoke his name and said he was a priest. Somehow it seems he is involved with the Sun Guild's arrival. It took little skill to sense Zusa's sudden unease. "I know who he is," she said. "Forgive me, Elisa. I should have killed him months ago. The faceless woman who attacked you was loyal to him as well. Can you find him? If he is in the temple, he is beyond me. I have already failed once to take his life in his sacred home. But if he is nearby, perhaps aware of Musion's plan." The door opened, and Elisa heard her mother gasp. "My dear, are you all right?" she asked. Elisa took Zusa's hand, squeezed it tight. "Go do what needs to be done," she said. "I'll be fine." Being left alone with Melody was hardly a pleasant thought, but she needed Zusa out and about, ensuring the safety of her home. No doubt the woman was already itching to do so, at least to discover how Musian made it past their guards. Zusa's lips pressed against her hand, and then she was gone. Elisa remained in the center of her bed, and she felt it give as Melody sat at the foot. "You poor thing," her mother said. "You must have been so frightened." Elisa laughed at the absurdity as she put back in her eyes. "I was," she said. "But for once I think I feel like myself again. We have much to do tomorrow, and I hope you will help me as you've always promised." "Of course," Melody said. "Whatever you need of me, I will do. I take it this has to do with that elf's visit?" "In a way," Elisa said, scratching at her neck. Something about the fabric of her shift made her skin itch. Yet it seemed the blankets bothered her as well, and with the way her heart was racing in her chest, she wondered if she were about to suffer a panic attack. It was odd how calm she felt, as if her body were simply betraying her, or perhaps better understanding how to properly react than even she did. This would change everything, she knew. Stepping back out of the shadows and into the light with a target painted across her forehead. It had been so long since she had the courage. Could she do so again? "Did he tell you what he wanted?" Melody asked. Something about the way she asked put Elisa on edge. It was as if she were asking a question to which she already knew the answer. Or perhaps it was only the flurry of panic she was fighting down. "Bribes," she said, "for protection. Our deal between the Trifect and the guilds is over, and Musian aims to replace it." "How much did he request?" Elisa shook her head. "I didn't ask. It doesn't matter. Giving that elf more power than he already has is suicide." "Have you thought that refusing him is suicide? Not the other way around?" Elisa sighed. Not that she was surprised by the question, just exhausted by it. Of course her mother would doubt her. Of course she'd act as if her decision were the wrong one. "We've endured worse," Elisa said. "It's time to rid ourselves of these miserable whore-sons like I should have done years ago." Melody cleared her throat. It was the act of someone preparing to broach a subject they were clearly nervous about. "I know you think you're doing what is best for the family," she began, "but perhaps it would be appropriate for you to let someone else handle matters while you recover." Whatever exhaustion Elisa had felt quickly vanished. "Recover?" she asked. "Recover from what?" "Your troubles," Melody said. "Ever since you lost your eyes, you've been sullen, quick to anger, and no longer caring for the future of the Gemcroft family line. Right now, we need a leader who may show patience and forethought, not someone who can only think of herself and her son." Elisa's dagger was still on the floor by the bed, and it was a good thing for Melody. "A leader like you?" she asked. "That's what you mean, isn't it?" There was a pause, and Elisa had a feeling it was from her mother stupidly shaking her head as if she might see it. "It's not," Melody insisted. "I will accept the burden if I must, but it doesn't have to be that way. There's still hope for you, my sweet little girl, but only if you remove the hardness about your heart." Zusa, thought Elisa. Damn it, why didn't I keep you with me? No doubt she was scouring the grounds, but inside was where she needed her. Inside was where the true threat lied. "Don't dance around this," Elisa said, her patience wearing thin, and annoyed that it only seemed to affirm part of what Melody had accused her of. "Whatever it is you want, come out and say it." "Karak!" "No!" she interrupted, anger burning in her breast the moment she heard the god's name spoken. "No! Anything but that. I will not hear it, Melody. Not a word about your damned god's promises, his wisdom, or any help you think his followers can give us. I will not bend the knee to a corpse to avoid bending it to a thief." "No, little girl." "You will listen," said Melody, and a change had come about her. Her voice was authoritative, the very presence of her in the room far stronger. Even if it takes years, you will listen. I won't lose you. Not like I've lost everyone else." The bed shifted as Melody stood from it and went to the door. When Elisa heard it open, she reached down, searching for the dagger Musian had thrown to the floor. Her fingers brushed wrapped leather. She grabbed the hilt, and then she sat back upon the bed, hiding the blade beneath her left thigh. "Summon John Gandrum. I would have words with him," she heard the muffled voice of her mother say to someone outside the door. A female voice gave an affirmative on the other side, and then followed soft footsteps on the carpet as Melody returned to the bed. "John won't help you," Elisa said, trying to believe it herself. "He's always been loyal to our family line, and he won't dare try overthrowing me for an impostor." "I'm no impostor," Melody said. "I endured all those years married to your father, and then many more locked in Leon Connington's cell, a plaything for him and his gentle touches. Your trials are but a joke compared to mine, yet I have emerged stronger, while you wallow in bitterness. John sees it just as well as I. Given the choice, you or me, you know who he'll choose." "Father disowned you," Elisa argued. "No, he didn't," Melody said. "He never had to. I was dead, remember?" It was true, of course. Elisa knew her claim was stronger than her mother's, especially since she was the one with a male heir. But if someone wanted to believe otherwise, if someone like John wanted to put the strength of his soldiers behind Maynard Gemcroft's wife instead of his daughter— "I'll kill you," she said. "You won't take all I've built from me." "Only for safekeeping," Melody said, and by the sound of her voice, she was coming around the bed closer and closer. "For you and for Nathaniel. Someone needs to be strong. Someone needs to have conviction and make the decisions necessary to save our world from the coming storm. Don't you understand? I care for your son's legacy just as much as you, but unlike you, I won't be blinded by fear. I won't be lost to—" Elisa lunged with her dagger drawn, thrusting in the direction of Melody's voice. The blade found resistance, followed by a scream, and it put a smile on Elisa's face. "Elisa, stop this!" It was John's firm voice. Elisa ignored it, instead trying to thrust again. This time she caught only air, and she slid off the bed, thrusting once more toward the sound of movement and crying. A hand caught her wrist, and another struck her across the face. The pressure tightened, and before she could fight it, the blade was yanked away. "Enough," John said. A thud at her feet told her he'd dropped the weapon, and now 2 strong hands held her wrists, keeping her trapped. She fought down the indignity of struggling, and instead tilted her head so she could better listen to her mother's tears. "Is it fatal?" she asked, and by the way John sucked in a breath of air and tensed, she could tell he was stunned by the coldness of her voice. "No," Melody answered for her, and Elisa's heart sank. "Just a cut across my arm." "Damn," she whispered. "Elisa, your wild behavior has gone on far enough," John said. "I understand you have endured many trials, but I will not sit idly by while you let your depression and guilt bury the legacy of your father and endanger the future of your son." "Of course you won't," Elisa said, and she laughed. "You'll do exactly as Melody says, won't you? Did she fuck you for it, John? Or only offer promises?" She couldn't see him, but she hoped the older man's face flushed a bright red. "This will only be temporary," John said, "until it's clear to us you are in a right state of mind. Either that, or Nathaniel is old enough and mature enough to handle the estate's matters." "Send out a rider to look for Musian, or a member of his guild," Melody told John. "Tell them we'll accept any reasonable terms he offers us. Do it quickly." "As for Zusa—" "My men are ready," John said. "I do not trust her to take this well." Elisa laughed, loud enough to ensure they turned her way. "That is putting it lightly," she said. "She'll kill you both for this betrayal. There'll be no stopping her." "We'll see about that," said John. But until she acknowledges Melody's right to rule, that woman is a danger to every single person in this home. Keeping her from you will be a challenge, but as much as it will pain me, I know of a place to keep you secure." The way he said it told her immediately where they would take her. She didn't know if it made her want to scream or cry. The wall of noise about her, of men grunting, armor creaking, convinced her at least 10 men escorted her down the hall. Perhaps it was 20, but their fear of Zusa was obvious. They took a turn, then another, and as she counted her steps, her fears were confirmed. They were taking her to the cells, the cold, drafty cells her father had thrown her into in an age past. Zusa had helped rescue her from them before, but could she do so again? A heavy door opened. John barked an order, and then she was physically lifted into the air and carried down the stairs. It was pointless to resist, but she did so anyway. They more tossed her into the cell than anything else, and she rolled along the cold, hard ground before coming to a stop at the far wall. A blanket followed, landing atop her leg. It was a painfully familiar act of kindness. "I want 10 men down here at all times," John said, "and that door is never to be left unlocked or unwatched." His voice trailed off as he gave his orders. As the cell slammed shut, she heard her mother calling to her. "I do this for you, Alisa," Melody said from the cell door. "To save you, to save us all. You'll understand one day, my daughter, but I think we all need our moments of darkness first, to humble us and break us down. It's been a long time since you were humbled. Consider this a needed first step toward the truth." Alisa stood, fighting off a wave of pain from several new bruises. Slowly, and with eyelids wide to ensure her mother saw the torchlight reflecting off her artfully crafted glass eyes, she walked to the bars of her new prison. "The darkness means nothing to me now," she said, and she shoved the offered blanket back through the bars. "And it will take more than a cold draught to break me." "I endured 9 years in a far worse dungeon," Melody said. "I know what it takes to break a man or woman, and I assure you, I have the patience to wait that long if it will save your immortal soul." Alisa pressed her face to the bars, entire body trembling with rage. "Zusa will kill you," she whispered. Melody's whisper back was full of venom, a hatred Alisa had never heard before in her voice. "Let her try." Chapter 20. The first thing Haern did when he awoke was turn to the side and vomit, his stomach unloading everything it had. Eyes closed, he endured the sensation of vertigo, knowing he might not have very long to react, and his life could still be on the line. The last thing he remembered. What was the last thing he... "Welcome back to the land of the living," said a deep voice. Haern snapped his eyes open. He was in a small cubicle cell, with every wall but one made of solid stone. The open one was before him, and blocking the way was the older man with the silver lion upon his chest. His eyes were a cold gray, his voice deep and demanding obedience. Haern tried to move from where he lay and found himself shackled. His wrists were bound together with manacles, as were his ankles. A chain connected the two, short enough so that he could not extend to his full height. His swords were gone, as were his cloak, his hood, his various daggers and blades he kept for emergencies hidden across his body, and his belt of tools to pick locks and disarm traps. Haern thought to attempt an escape anyway, but the room was small and dark, and the paladin still had his enormous sword. Dizzy and bound as he was, he had little hope for escape against a man with such skill and presence. "I hope I wasn't much of a bother," Haern said. "Those books I burned, were they valuable?" "Priceless beyond compare," the paladin said, reaching down and grabbing him by the front of his shirt. With ease, he lifted Haern up and then flung him against the wall. Haern let out a gasp as his head hit, adding yet another wave of nausea to his already unhappy stomach. "Well then," Haern laughed. "Good to know I'll have left a mark." The dark paladin stood and crossed his arms. He didn't seem angry nor amused. Instead, he appeared curious. "My name is Carden," he said, "high enforcer of our mighty god's paladins. Who might you be?" Haern shrugged as best he could, given the chains and manacles. What did it matter if he gave a name? "Haern," he said, "at your service." Carden's eyes narrowed for the briefest moment. "Well then, Haern, would you care to tell me why you killed a priest that was under our care?" They don't know about Thren, Haern realized, and he made sure not to let his smile show. Of course they wouldn't. No doubt they assumed all the deaths had been at his hand alone. For what evidence did they have to the contrary? "Is this an interrogation?" Haern asked, and he lifted his bound hands before him, rattling the chains. "Forgive me, but I assumed you'd at least rough me up a little before trying to get something out of me. I'm almost insulted you thought an unbarred cell and some manacles would break me. What was your charming personality to do that instead?" If Carden was annoyed, he didn't show it. Instead, it seemed his amusement grew. "Listen well, Haern," he said. "In killing Luther, you did me a favor. He was a heretic and a deceiver, and in time he would have hung by his thumbs from our doorway once we proved his blasphemy. But you also slew students of mine, faithful sons of the Lion. This fortress of ours is sacred, and by all accounts impregnable. Yet somehow they are dead, and here you are. I'd have your reason, and I'd have your method for entry. That's all. Once you tell me both, I'll grant you release." Haern grinned at him. "That's it? Those two things and I walk out of here?" Carden reached down, grabbing him by the neck, and lifted him off the ground before slamming him against the wall. "You won't walk," the man said, deep voice rumbling. "You'll die, Haern. That's your release. You are in the dungeons of the stronghold. No one escapes from here. No one. Your stay can be for hours, or it can be for decades. The choice will be yours and yours alone. But know that in the end you will tell me. My home has a weakness, and I will not relent until it is found." The hand closed tighter around his throat, making it hard to breathe. Despite it, Haern smiled at him, choking out his reply. "Prepare for me a bed," he said. "I'm not going anywhere." Carden punched him in the stomach with his other hand. It seemed like he put no strength into it, no real effort, but the blow was like a sledge blasting into his body. He let out a strangled scream, and as crackling black energy leaped from the fist into him, he felt his muscles spasm uncontrollably. Every nerve inside him flared with pain, and it was like being stabbed in the gut, only so much worse. Seconds dragged on, and then Carden let him drop with a great rattle of chains. Haern gasped in air, sinking into himself, pulling up the training techniques his father had taught him as a child. Pain was his servant, not his master. Put it away. Shove it into a corner. The dark paladin paced before him, just 2 steps before he had to turn around and go the other way. The open exit past him was dark, and dimly Haern wondered how they planned to seal him in once Carden left. "Tell me, Haern," the paladin said. "Do you believe in something?" "I believe you'll roast in the abyss," Haern said, rolling over onto his side and letting out another gasp as the last of his pain receded away. "I was hoping for something more interesting than that," Carden said, halting his pacing. "But I have a feeling you and I will have many hours to spend in each other's company. You aren't one to break easily, that much is obvious. I've had grown soldiers weep and beg for forgiveness after a single touch of my fist, yet you endured it well, remarkably so. Still, this world is one of challenges, and I should expect no less from one insane enough to break into our home. So, tell me, what is it you truly believe in? Is it Asher? Karak? Do you worship coin, revenge? Or perhaps does the lust of a woman's flesh guide your actions?" Haern felt a numbness spreading from his stomach, tickling his other limbs as Carden knelt down and gripped him by the neck one more time. "Do you know who I worship?" the paladin asked as he pulled Haern closer so he could whisper into his ear. "Karak." At the name of his god, power flared through his hand, this time with the pain focused solely on Haern's neck. Every muscle in his throat constricted, robbing him of breath, straining his neck, whipping his head back with terrible force. Haern did everything he knew to push it away, to put himself into a different place where the torture was a distant, foreign thing, but there was no way, not against that pain. Unconsciousness was his only hope, and he tried to let himself go, to fall back into the empty embrace, but Carden was far too skilled for that. The pain relented. Haern sucked in air like a drowning man, and then to the ground he dropped. On his back, he groaned, staring up at the flat stone ceiling above him. What was it Tarlak had told him before he left? "Damn it, Haern, I've heard horror stories about their dungeons." "It's interesting, the way you break a man," Carden continued, deep voice calm as ever. "Some you can break through fear. Fear of promised pain, fear of death, fear of a return of the pain they've already experienced. That's the easy kind, though you have to be careful. Some men try to trick you, pretending to break easily, thinking their lies will both protect and spare them. Time and patience root out those deceivers." Carden tapped a mailed finger at his lips as Haern's heart finally returned to a normal pace. "Some, though, are too strong to give in to fear," he said. "Some find a way to endure the pain. Hope, you see. They cling to a hope, no matter what it is, and hold on tight against every punishment imaginable. Sometimes it's hope for escape. Sometimes it's hope for a better life. Sometimes it's gods, or a belief in their ceasing existence, come death. Which means pain becomes pointless in breaking this type of man. Instead, I must break their hope." The paladin's cold, hard boot pressed down on his chest. "So, I ask again. What is it you believe in, Haern?" "Don't tell him," thought Haern. "Tell him nothing. Deny him everything." Smoothly, as if terribly pleased with himself, Carden bent down, reached into Haern's shirt, and pulled out Senkei's emblem of the Golden Mountain. He casually twirled it in his hands, the slender chain still around Haern's neck. A gleam seemed to shine in Carden's eye. "And there it is," he said. "Did you think we missed it when we searched you? Come now. Think better of us than that. Ashur's symbol of endlessness, his reminder of humanity's inability to reach his own holy heights. You surprise me, Haern. Is this merely a good luck charm? Your cloaks, your sabers. You have the look of a man from the thief guilds of Veldaren. They tend to view themselves as gods, with no patience for others. Chance is their friend, guilt a thing to be mocked and ignored. They live in sin, and they love every minute of their squalor. Is that you, Haern? Does this emblem mean anything in your shadowed life?" Haern wanted to deny him even the slightest information, but to lie meant to deny the god he worshipped. He couldn't decide if it would be right to do so, so instead, he kept his mouth shut. At least with silence, he told no lie. "Well, then," Carden said, shrugging. "I take it you won't mind if I destroy this." His fist tightened, dark fire sparking from his fingers. Seeing the emblem starting to bend, Haern could not help himself. Before him was the last remnant of his friend Senkei. The last reminder of the risks the man had taken to help him, and of how integral he'd been in pulling him out of the streets and into his new family, the Eschaton. Through everything, he'd kept it with him, always around his neck, always reminding him of all the things his father would have him reject. "Stop!" he cried. "Just leave it be." Carden tilted his head to the side. "So, you do believe," he said, his fist easing its pressure. "Not some trinket, then. Good. This will make the breaking that much more pleasurable." The paladin drew his sword, and across its enormous blade, fire immediately burst to life. It was dark as night, if not darker, with the very center a deep violet that made Haern's stomach twist just looking upon it. Releasing the emblem, Carden lowered the blade so the fire burned mere inches from Haern's neck. "Your god is one of weakness," he said, "an imprisoned child whose dreams cannot live in this world, and whose hope is a pathetic excuse for reason and sanity. Eternity will roll forever and ever on, and one day the brother gods will war again. Those children, those souls who think themselves safe in his embrace, will kneel before the lion and face true judgment for their sins. And you? What sins do you hide?" "I'll find them all, Haern. I listen to every last one. You're in the heart of the stronghold, a place of tremendous power, sworn to the true deity of this land." The fire began to sear into his skin. Strangely, it did not char the flesh, only ignite horrible pain. He fought, but the magic of it held him still, tightening every single muscle in his body so that he could not run, could not turn away. Even screaming was denied to him. "Every day you will feel the pain of Karak's anger," Carden said, voice like a demon, words the condemnation of a furious god. "Every night you will weep and cry for salvation. Keep your pendant around your neck. Stare at it, hold it, caress it while you weep. Feel it against your flesh as the pain rips through you. Day after day, night after night, tell yourself that is your hope. Tell yourself it must mean something. But I know what will happen, know it like I know the sun will rise come the morrow. I've seen it 100 times before, and in your eyes I will see it again. The realization that no matter how greatly you suffer, how loudly you pray to your God, he will do nothing." The fire was leaping off the blade like water now, curling around him, seeping into his skin like rain into a parched landscape. "He'll love you from afar," Carden said. "Love you as you suffer, love you as you die. That is the sickness you worship. That is the impotence you've given your life to serve, you poor, damn fool." The paladin leaned down so his lips brushed against his ear. "You may scream now," he whispered. Haern did, howling at the top of his lungs, releasing every bit of his pain and rage. The sound echoed within his cell, and to his ears it belonged to a wild animal. Certainly not to anything human. At last his lungs gave way, and the pain became something he could bear as Carden stood and sheathed his blade on his back. "Watch carefully," he said, and it seemed as if the previous tortures were but a dream, and he was a kind host describing an offered room. Touching the wall, Carden closed his eyes, whispered something in prayer, and then suddenly a wall of flame rose from the floor, sealing Haern inside his stone cube. It burned, shimmering, black and violet, swirling like water running upward to the ceiling. Just looking at it made Haern sick, no different from the fire that burned around Carden's blade. The paladin examined the wall of fire, and he nodded, pleased. "Only the faithful can pass through unharmed," he said. "Even our younger members find it difficult to endure. The other walls are solid stone, so your only exit is through the flames. But there is no hope beyond, Haern. Here in this dungeon there is but one door, and it can only be opened from the outside. There is no escape, I promise you. In case you thought to take your chance with the fire, I thought it best you know the pointlessness of such an action." The man stepped through the flames, and as the violet fire passed across his skin and armor, it did not burn, nor did he show signs of pain. "Oh," the paladin said from the other side, "so you know. These flames are designed to burn and hurt, but very rarely will they kill. Though if you stay within them long enough, if you can endure the pain, you just might find death. Consider that a gift we offer the strong, but only a very few have managed it. But who knows? Perhaps you'll be one of them?" With that, he was gone, leaving Haern alone in his prison, sick before the glow of the fire, in pain from the torture, and his chest aching from where the pendant of the gold mountain rested against his skin. Tears running down his face, he clutched it with a shaking hand, felt the cold metal dig into his skin. "Asher," he prayed, turning his back to the flame. "Please, Asher, I know you hear me." One day. Just one day, and he felt a quivering in his chest, a breaking of something so vital to everything he knew. Just one day. "Delicia," he whispered, and his tears fell harder. Chapter 21. Just after dawn, when all his men were in place, Musian strode into the marketplace, pock-marked Ridley at his side. He kept his hood off, wanting others to see his face, his scarred ears, and know exactly who he was. The four-pointed star was sewn large on his tunic, and it amused him to see the way the commoners' eyes widened upon his entrance. How long had he been in Veldaren? A few months at most? Already they feared him. But not enough. Not yet. They would, though, after today. Waiting for him were several crates stacked together in the heart of the market, and he leaped atop them and looked about. In all directions he saw members of his guild watching at the various entrances and exits, and each one saluted with their left hand to show they were ready. "People of Veldaren!" Musian screamed, and his voice carried over the rest, for he knew how to project his authority, how to command the attention of any in his presence. "Come forth and witness the rise of the sun!" Frightened murmurs rapidly spread, and with his face like stone, he watched their reactions. Many turned to flee, recognizing him, but there was nowhere to go. From all corners came members of his guild, bearing torches in one hand and brandishing swords in the other. Following his strict orders, they said nothing, only blocked the people's way with fire and steel. Musian's reason had been simple. The people were sheep, and needed to learn to behave without word or order but by the mere sight of the four-pointed star. A circular gap spread about Musian, no one wanting to be near him where he stood. Musian waited, knowing there was no reason to hurry. The king was in his pocket, the remaining guilds all but crushed. Who else could stand against him? "Come closer," he yelled to them, estimating nearly 200 trapped there in that center stretch of the marketplace. "To me now, for I would have you watch." More members of the Sun Guild came through the alleys, pushing people in, threatening with club and blade when necessary. The 200 bunched in, unable to flee, unable to hide. Musian nodded, pleased with the efficiency of his guild. Many members were newly recruited, either from other guilds or the streets, but they were learning swiftly. Again, he felt a pang of frustration. Why had Threnn Fellhorn struggled for so long, when he lived with such fertile recruiting ground? Musian stayed there, merely watching, wanting the people to grow accustomed to his presence above them. Sealing in the circle of people were 24 Sun Guild members holding torches aloft. It conveyed the feeling of a ritual, and Musian knew how powerful rituals could be. It gave the humans a sense of awe, of belief that their ephemeral lives might somehow continue on while connected to things greater and more permanent than they. Even the most mundane of events could carry the weight of mysticism and power by adding a few ancient words and predetermined motions. From the north, pushing through the crowd, came 2 city guards, prodded on by more members of the Sun. Neither had drawn their weapons, and they looked equally terrified by the sudden events. Musian crossed his arms at their approach, still saying nothing. At last he hopped down from the crate and walked toward them. He saw fear in their eyes, and it made him sick. "Give me your sword," he said, extending his hand. The one on the left was an older man, his face scarred from an ancient cut running from the left side of his chin to his right eye. At Musian's demand, he shook his head and looked away. The man on the right, far younger, glanced around at the people, the torches, and blades, and then drew his sword and slowly flipped it around so he might extend the hilt in offering. Musian took it as all eyes of the marketplace watched. Symbols, thought Musian. Symbols and rituals, all carrying power. Let the city see who the guard truly feared and obeyed. "Bring me the merchant," Mucian said to Ridley, who put his fingers to his lips and blew. From the other side, the crowd parted, and into the empty circle came a scrawny merchant with a waist-length beard. He looked middle-aged and, given his pallid skin and recessed eyes, of poor health. Mucian didn't remember his name, but he knew what he was there for. "This man," Mucian cried, "denied us our right. Veldaren is mine now, and if you would seek protection in my city, then your coin must go to my hands and no others. This fool, this oaf, dared to reject my outstretched hand. He dared to believe he would not suffer the consequences." Mucian took a step closer. He was wrong. He kicked the merchant in the face, knocking him onto his back, and then struck with the guard's offered sword. Over and over he hacked into the merchant's neck, purposefully ensuring no blow snapped the spine. He wanted carnage. He wanted brutality. Let them watch as the blood flowed, the flesh separated, and the stupid man flailed and screamed as the blood poured down his opened windpipe. Blood splashed everywhere, and with one final hack, Mucian ensured a spray went across his own face and clothes. Another turn, and he flung the sword to the feet of the soldier who offered it to him. The crowd gasped at the sight of him. Fine elegance covered with crude gore. "You obeyed, and so you live," Mucian said to the younger guard. He turned to the older. "You hesitated, and you refused." 2 steps and a thrust. That was all it took. No one saw him draw the dagger from the belt at his waist. No one dared to move as Mucian jammed the blade into the older guard's neck, twisted it once, and then jerked it free. The body collapsed, and with that done, Mucian tossed aside the dagger as well. With his darkened hand, he beckoned the other city guard to leave him be. The market was deathly silent now but for a few children crying in their parents' arms. It put a smile to Mucian's face. What he stood in now, that combination of awe and terror, was something his elven brethren would never understand. With their skills, they could instill a fear no human could match. They didn't need to hide in forests. They didn't need to stalk roads with arrows to win a war against mankind. They only needed the ability to sacrifice, to kill, to live among the wretches. Everything else came in time. "Hear me, people of Veldaren," Mucian cried, hopping back up top of the crate. "Here at the dawn you will witness the rise of the sun." "The rise of the sun," cried the members of his guild in perfect echo. Mucian turned, let his eyes fall upon them all. "The city is mine," he said. "I own its streets. I own its castle. From the lowliest whorehouse to the greatest of the bazaars, it is mine. No guard will stand against me, no thief will steal from me. To no king, no lord, no priest will I bow. I bring you fire that will cast light upon you, but that same fire will also burn." He lifted his forever burned hand above him so all might see it. "I am the Dark Hand," he said. "In the west I am the Lord of Shadows, the King of Riots, the Bringer of Ghosts, and now I come to you. Upon every street you have seen my symbol, and even those of you who are blind will have felt it with your fingertips. Yet still you hesitate to serve. Men deny me protection money. Women sell their bodies, then hide my portion in cupboards and jars. Others yearn for former guilds, or whisper the name of the Watcher, as if he might save you." Mucian let his words echo, let the moment linger. This was it, the grand proclamation that would spread throughout Veldaren, the nation of Neldar, and all the way to the southern oceans of Omn. He wanted every word right, every syllable filled with ice and conviction. "There is room for no other in your hearts," he said. Let go of your false hope. Deny your past, forsake your gods, abandon your king. I am your king. I hold the essence of your existence within the palm of my hands. Your coin, your lives, the very blood in your veins, it is mine, and I am a jealous master. Today, at this beautiful dawn, you will finally learn the truth, and like the children you are, I will teach it to you in the simplest of ways. I am your God, and I will have my tithe. He nodded to Ridley, and immediately the man barked out commands, sending the men with torches back to the various exits so that there'd be 3 blocking each one. Soft murmurs grew among the people, confusion as to the lesson and what was expected of them. But he would not tell them. Like dogs, he would show them. "Kill 1 of every 10, he ordered Ridley. The man hurried off, bouncing from exit to exit, relaying the orders. The 200 in the market waited, eager, wanting to leave but fearful to disobey after the death of the guard and the merchant. When the first of the exits opened up, people surged forward, and Musian watched as his men let 1 through at a time, counting. At the 10th, one of the 3 stepped forward, stabbed with his dagger, and then shoved the corpse out of the way. More exits opened, and despite the screams, despite the bleeding, the people continued to surge toward them, eyes low, heads downcast, murmuring prayers and clenching fists as they hoped they might not be the 10th. "Glorious," Musian said when Ridley returned. "Is it not glorious?" "Only you would find beauty in this," Ridley said. "The weak die before us, and with each corpse they learn no one will save them," Musian said. "After today we will hold the very heart of this city in our hands, and it will never be tempted by another." He headed toward the southern entrance of the market, left alone so that it would be ready for only him. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a cloth and began wiping the merchant's blood off his face. "Come share a drink with me," he told Ridley. Behind him, a woman let out a wail as her child was knifed through the throat. "I feel a celebration is in order." Tarlac sat in his chair before the fireplace, glass of wine in hand. "Today will be a good day," he told himself, "no matter if I have to drink until it comes true." He was bringing the last of the glass to his lips when Brug's voice sounded in his ear, ruining whatever hope he had of accomplishing his modest goal. "Get to the market, damn it, and hurry!" The wizard winced, annoyed by the volume of his friend's voice. Every member of his mercenaries had a ring they could speak into a single time, sending a message across the wind for him to hear. And he'd always stressed for them to whisper. Brug, however, seemed to have forgotten that instruction. Either that, or he wanted to make sure his words pounded throughout Tarlac's brain like a thunderstorm trapped in a tea kettle. I'm coming, Tarlac said, cracking his knuckles and rising from his chair. The market was several miles away in the city, and he had no intention of walking. If Brug wanted him to hurry to the market, then by the gods he'd hurry. Teleportation was always a tricky business, and one of the key requirements was to have a strong mental image of where he was going. Going to a busy, ever-changing market would be a nightmare, so instead, Tarlac focused on a spot nearby, then opened his eyes as he spoke the necessary words of magic. A blue portal ripped open the fabric of space before him, and before it could close, he stepped on through. He emerged on top of a large stone building, one of many shops that formed a border around the large open market. Wondering what was so important, he leaned over, spying down at the very center of the market, and that was when he saw the crowd attempting to disperse. What in blazes? He wondered aloud, for it seemed like the crowd was fleeing through several entrances and alleys, and at each one they passed 3 members of the Sun Guild. At first he thought they were fleecing the crowd, demanding coins or reaching into the pockets of those that passed. But instead he saw nothing. They were only letting them by, watching, as if they were searching for someone they... One of the exits was directly to Tarlac's left, and as he watched, one of the Sun Guild members jammed a dagger through a woman's throat and kicked her to the side. Her body toppled to the ground, and as she landed, Tarlac realized others lay around here, all perfectly still like corpses. Eyes widening, he looked to the other exits, saw similar piles, and on the far side of the street, he watched a child no older than 10 get lifted off his feet, stabbed in the stomach, and then carelessly tossed among the bodies. Fire burst around Tarlac's hands as he stepped to the edge of the building. "Oh, fuck you, Musian," he said as he leaped off. He landed between the 3 blocking the exit beside him, a great burst of air billowing from his feet right before he touched ground. As he halted in midair, he stretched out either hand and let his anger flow in the form of fire. The flames exploded on either side of him, burning their flesh, incinerating their bodies and that damned 4-pointed star sewn onto their shirts. The third rushed at him, drawing a dagger, but Tarlac turned and aimed a palm his way. More fire, this time in a concentrated bolt that struck him in the face. The man screamed as his skin peeled. "Get back!" Tarlac screamed, not to the thief, but to the others trying to pass through. Not waiting to see if they obeyed, he clapped his hands together and then flung them downward. From the clear sky sounded thunder, and then a bolt of lightning struck the burning man, the power of it lifting him from his feet before dropping him onto his back, smoke rising from his skin as the fire on his face slowly spread to consume the rest of him. Now unblocked, the people poured out the exit. Tarlac pushed through, far from satisfied. Once free of the people, he caught sight of a battle raging on the opposite side of the marketplace. It was Brugh, hollering and banging his plate mail as he fought against 3 of the rogues. In his heavy armor he was fairly well defended, and his flailing with his punch daggers was unpredictable to say the least, but Tarlac knew they'd get a knife in eventually. Brugh wasn't good enough to handle more than one opponent at a time, at least not for long. Breaking out into a sprint, he ran a list of spells through his head, trying to decide on the best one for the situation. There were too many people everywhere, too many innocents he might hit. Still, he wouldn't let these bastards live, not after what they'd done. "Brugh!" he screamed as he neared. "Get your head down now!" His friend heard and promptly obeyed. His 3 opponents, however, did not understand, and when they turned to face him, he skidded to a halt, flung his hands outward, and unleashed a massive blast of air. It lifted them off their feet and sent them sprawling. Nothing fatal, but Brugh recovered far faster than they. He'd already stabbed one before the other 2 were up, and by then the people had scattered, and Tarlac finally had room to play. "You like killing?" he asked, hurling a jagged lance of ice the size of his arm. It pierced the chest of one and burst out his back. The clear blue shard stained red. "You like suffering?" Another shard of ice, this through the leg of the only survivor. He dropped to one knee, screaming at the pain. "Then have a nice taste of it for yourself." The man tried to stab Tarlac, but Brugh was there, grabbing his arm and breaking it. The dagger fell, and Tarlac leaned out and clenched the man's throat in his fingers. "Tell Karak hello for me," he said, and then he let his power roll forth, an invisible force that shattered the man's spine. Letting out a curse, he flung the body down, looked about the marketplace. It was empty of all but the corpses, the rest having escaped the exits. None lingered of the Sun Guild. "Damn it!" Tarlac screamed, kicking the body. "I'm sorry, Tar," Brugh said, sheathing his daggers. "I wanted something fresh to eat and decided to swing by. If I'd only gotten here sooner, we might have stopped this. I waited until you got here, too. Waited like a damn coward." "Stop it," Tarlac said, taking in deep breaths to calm himself down. He put a hand on Brugh's shoulder, tapped the plate mail. "You did what you could. Better question is, what in Karak's name happened here?" "I heard the Dark Hands just before he left," Brugh said, gesturing toward a pile of dead behind him. "He called this his tithe." Tarlac shook his head. He knew the Sun Guild's arrival meant bad tidings, but this made Thren Fellhorn look sane. "I don't understand," he said, walking toward the center. "Where are the guards? The city watch? Why did no one—" He froze. For at one of the exits stood Lord Victor Kane, arms crossed over his chest as he looked upon the carnage. "You!" Tarlak screamed, pointing a finger as he hurried over. "Did you watch all this? Did you know this was happening?" Victor nodded. "I watched like the others," he said. "Then why didn't you do something?" Tarlak asked. "Where's your soldiers? Why didn't you stop this?" "At least 200 watched him butcher a merchant," Victor said, his face hardening. 200 men and women who did nothing as a guard of the city died for refusing to be a pawn of the Dark Hand's game. And then as their own people shed blood, 9 living for every one that died, do you know what they did, wizard? Nothing. They kept their eyes shut, their heads down, and prayed that they wouldn't be the unlucky 10th. Tell me, Tarlak, why should I fight for a city that won't fight to save itself? "But that's why you fight," Tarlak said. "Because you're the one who's strong enough. You're the one willing to risk everything. You're the one that knows something has to be done. Isn't that what you wanted to do? To inspire the city? To give them hope?" "Hope?" Victor laughed. "Look around you, Tarlak. This is the hope our fair city now dwells in. And I say they've earned it." "Is that it?" Brugh asked as Victor turned about and walked down the alley toward the street beyond. "You're giving up?" Victor glanced over his shoulder. "Not giving up," he said. "Just changing how I play the game. From top to bottom, this city is wretched. I've stopped trying to polish the skin of a rotten apple. We need true change, starting at the crown itself. I just pray I didn't take too long to realize it." Brugh moved to follow, but Tarlak grabbed his arm and pulled him back. "Let him go," he said. "We have bigger problems to worry about than that jackass." The shorter man nodded, and he looked back to the market, the disgust and sorrow as plain as the beard on his face. "You're right," he said. "But what do we do about it?" As the city guard finally arrived from the north, wordlessly gathering the bodies onto a wagon, Tarlak had no answer. Chapter 22. The first sign to Nathaniel that something was amiss was when he woke to find it wasn't one of his mother's servants opening the door to his bedroom, but instead Lord John Gandrum. "John?" Nathaniel asked as he sat up, using his lone hand to rub the sleep from his eyes. "Forgive me for waking you so early," John said, though he hardly sounded apologetic. He was dressed in his finest, his tunic clean and his armor shining. Something about it put Nathaniel even more on edge. John looked as if he were going to march to war, and he'd not worn his armor since the first day he arrived at their mansion. "It's all right," Nathaniel said. He didn't move to leave his bed, though, instead sitting there, waiting, not even asking a question. John clearly wanted him to ask, to broach whatever subject needed discussed, but Nathaniel wouldn't give it to him. There were so few reasons for John to be waking him, and with how cautious he was acting, how careful, it meant it was more than simple training or an interesting piece of gossip. His thoughts leaped to his mother, and he did his best to keep his lip from quivering as he anticipated hearing something dreadful. "Nathan?" John paused again, crossed his arms. "Your mother has proven herself unfit for leadership, at least as of recently. I don't mean to disparage her character, but I fear losing her eyesight has sunk her into a pit she needs to find a way to climb out of." "What did you do?" Nathaniel asked, unable to help himself. John looked offended at the unspoken accusation, and he sat up straighter and gave him a stern glare that made Nathan dip his head in respect. "I did what needed to be done," he said, "for the safekeeping of your family and your own future. No harm has come to your mother, I assure you, but for now, all important decisions involving your family's wealth and that of the Trifect will be made by Lady Melody." At his grandmother's name, Nathaniel pulled his blankets higher up on his chest. The idea of her in charge left him with chills. Her secretive talks of Karak. How secretive would they remain if the house was now under her control? Would he be able to avoid them any longer? "You betrayed her," Nathaniel said. This time, He did not wilt, despite the glare he received as John's face gradually turned red.
Overthrew her for my grandmother.
"This isn't some sort of coup," John said. "It's only until she realizes this is what's best. Your mother's life is in no danger, Nathaniel, nor is her eventual rule. But Melody has just as much right as your mother, and right now she's the more capable head of the household." It sounded like shit to Nathaniel. Just lies and shit. But he kept his mouth shut, not wanting to deal with the reprimand John would give him for using such language. Instead, he finally pushed aside his blankets and stepped onto the cold floor. A glance out his window showed the morning sun just barely rising above the walls of the city. He went to his dresser as John remained standing at the door.
"When can I see her?"
Nathaniel asked as he pulled open a drawer and reached for a new shirt.
"You should talk to Melody first," John said. "Listen to her and pay your respects. Once you do, I feel you'll be in a more proper frame of mind when visiting your mother."
"Do you have her locked up?"
John stood up a bit straighter.
"She's being kept in a safe place, yes."
Not a coup, thought Nathaniel. Of course not. Only his mother was imprisoned. Someone new was in charge of his family's affairs, and the whole thing was being reinforced by John Gandrum's soldiers. But not a coup.
"Can I eat first?" Nathaniel asked.
"Of course,"
John said, and he opened the door to leave. The hard image he conveyed softened a bit, and some of the warmth that had made Nathaniel trust the man came forth.
"Nathaniel, I understand this is difficult. I really do. But we live in a very harsh world, and those at the top are always in danger of being toppled by those beneath. I fear your mother's decisions of late put everything your family has built in danger, and it would not be the first time either. Now is not a time for rash decisions, but for calm, careful planning and acceptance of the world as it currently is. Please remember this, and do not treat your grandmother harshly. All we do, in some way or another, is for you."
He left, shutting the door behind him. Nathaniel wanted to scream and throw his chamber